Board members, we will begin the meeting in 1 minute. The June 2nd State Board of Education meeting will now come to order. Good morning and welcome to the June 2nd, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones and laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojons?
Here.
Lisa Fricke?
Here.
Patty Goebbels?
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison? Kirk Penner?
Here.
Sherry Jones?
Here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer? Here. Deborah Neary? Deputy Commissioner Friesen?
Here.
6 present, 2 absent.
There are 6 members present. A quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. The next item of business is the Deputy Commissioner's report. Deputy Commissioner Friesen, please provide your report.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Well, this will serve as my final Deputy Commissioner's report while serving in this interim capacity. And to say that I'm proud of the NDE's work is an understatement. Each day I learn more about our dedicated, talented staff and how they're supporting the learning, earning, and living of all Nebraskans. It's been an honor to be at the helm of the agency over the last 5 months. And I look forward to continuing my time serving Nebraska as Deputy Commissioner and supporting the transition of our next Commissioner. Today, like the last several months, I will orient my report on the agency's work in May in 3 parts: partnerships, processes, and pride points. I'll then spend some time foreshadowing the next month. Partnerships, the REL Central Convening and Governing Body. The NDE receives professional learning and technical support from the Regional Education Laboratory, and additionally, as acting commissioner, I serve on the governing board for this organization. This partnership with a national technical assistance convenes states in our region to learn together, address common problems or opportunities, and plan for the year ahead. We met in May and discussed the teacher shortage, the NDE and other states' priorities and next steps. Special Education Advisory Committee, or SEAC. The SEAC met in May and continues to serve as an invaluable advisor for matters pertaining to special education. The Nebraska Chamber. Our partnership with the Nebraska Chamber continues to deepen, and as you recall, the NDE invested ESSER funds to contract with the Chamber for a workforce and education alignment specialist. Dr. Jim Sutphin filled this position and attended the Advanced CTE Conference in Phoenix with NDE's CTE team. Dr. Sutphin has also been meeting with community colleges, businesses, school leaders, and others. And next week, Brian Sloan, president of the Chamber, will be presenting at the Career Education Conference, and we're thankful for the partnership and we look forward to continued collaboration. Nebraska Early Learning Collaborative. Nebraska has a vibrant early childhood ecosystem, and NDE meets regularly with partners including DHHS, private funders, and the university system through the Early Learning Collaborative. In terms of processes, rule hearings. Well, a significant amount of work and processes across multiple NDE teams go into the preparation of hearing drafts and the actual hearings themselves. The 3 rule hearings this week were well attended, and we look forward to moving to the next steps. ESSA State Plan Amendment. Our staff worked diligently in May to garner input from multiple stakeholder groups on an amendment draft which you will consider later today. These groups included the AAA and TAC, in addition to the U.S. Department of Education, as well as consulting with Governor Pillen's office, in addition to posting the document for public comment. Legislative wrap-up. Our staff worked closely with legislators, staffers, and other policy partners during this legislative session. We are excited to begin implementing what we believe will be many transformative policies and new investments. And pride points. 2022-23 school year comes to a close. I'd be remiss if I did not share my pride and appreciation for the educators in our public and non-public schools, most of whom have now dismissed for the summer. I'm thankful for their dedication and hope they are able to find some time this summer to rest, relax, and rejuvenate. DECA International Awards. Many Nebraska career and technical student organizations held their national conferences and competitions over the last several months. Nebraska had several medalists at the DECA National Conference in Orlando earlier this month. We want to recognize Ben Jackson and Allison Kilzer from Millard South for placing first in sports and entertainment marketing, and Jacob Hyder from Millard North for finishing in the top 10 in the same event. 2 students named Presidential Scholars. 2 Nebraska students, Abhirab Ari and Sarah Wood, both from Millard North, were named Presidential Scholars for their accomplishments in academics, the arts, and career and technical education. Spring activities and sports. Congratulations and great work to all sports and activity participants. It was fun to watch and see our students compete at such a high level. Nebraska student advances to finals of Scripps National Spelling Bee. We are so proud of Nebraska 5th grade student Sarah Fernandez, who advanced to the Scripps National Spelling Bee finals yesterday. And looking forward, even though our schools are dismissed for a much-deserved summer break, our agency is in full swing this summer. Here are a few of the happenings at the NDE in the coming months. The Nebraska Career Education Conference. Next week, we kick off the conference season with the NCE Conference in Kearney. Hundreds of CTE teachers and directors from across the state will convene for professional development, resource sharing, and discussion. Statewide longitudinal data system monitoring. Well, NDE has received several federal grants to support the development, maintenance, and security of a more robust education data system. Monitors from the U.S. Department of Education will be in Lincoln to meet with staff and learn more about the last grant and its impact on our state. The Nebraska Council on Teacher Education. NCTE will meet next Friday to get legislative updates and plan for the coming year. The Supreme Court Commission on Children in the Courts. NDE staff and I will attend a meeting with members of the judicial branch to consider next steps in policy change to support systems-involved youth. Legislative implementing planning. With the adjournment of the legislature yesterday, the NDE will spend the next several months planning and beginning the process of implementing legislation. And lastly, Dr. Brian Maher. we are thrilled to welcome Dr. Maher in his official capacity as Commissioner on July 3rd. Later in July is Administrator Days, including NDE Day on Wednesday, July 26th. We look forward to Dr. Maher's addressing the field and board members' attendance at this important annual event. So this concludes my June board report. And again, thank you to the State Board for your confidence in me, and to all NDE leadership and the full staff for not missing a beat during these past months, and more to fulfill our responsibilities to lead and support the preparation of all Nebraskans for learning, earning, and living. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Friesen. It has been an honor to work with you as our interim commissioner, so thank you. Please let's show our appreciation. Deputy Commissioner, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda?
There are no items to be removed. Thank you.
Okay. If you would please continue then with the reports.
Well, at this time, we have an update on the annual review of priority school progress for Asante Elementary, Middle, and High School from Dr. Shirley Vargas. Thank you, Dr. Vargas. Exactly. Good morning to your runway, for sure. NDE Blue.
That's right. My voice carries. Okay, good morning, everyone. Shirley Vargas, NDE School Transformation Officer. Thank you for allowing me some time to engage with you today regarding our priority schoolwork, and hopefully I will not take very long, but those are famous last words, so bear with me. You're going to receive a lot of information, and I want to make sure that if you have a question, that you potentially hold on to it until the end, because it might be answered as we go through it, but if it's not, definitely there'll be time at the end to go back and engage in anything further. So really quickly, some objectives. Always want to ground the work that we do in our statutory authority and requirements related to our priority schoolwork. Want to make sure we provide an overview of the designation process of these schools, actually talk about some updates related to our 3 current priority schools, which is Asante Elementary, Middle, and High School. And then lastly, share some recommendations and next steps for you to consider for when I return in August with you all. So to get us started, we'll just ground ourselves in our statute 79760.06 and 07, which grants the State Board the authority to designate priority schools that shall be in the lowest performance level at the time of their initial designation. So used to be formerly known needs improvement, and our language is needs support to improve. No less than 3 schools may be designated at any time, and then only the State Board can remove or identify a priority school based off of the recommendation provided by the Commissioner. If there is a school that has been designated for 3 consecutive years, the board shall reevaluate that progress plan to determine one of 3 actions: significantly revise that plan, engage in an entirely new progress plan, or engage in an alternative administrative structure. Now that 3rd bullet should sound familiar, since it's also something that is identified in your legislative priorities, and I'm super excited for our incoming commissioner to engage with you all and myself and the rest of NDE staff to think through what we mean by alternative administrative structure, right? Sometimes vagueness is wonderful, and you know, the devil is in the details, if you will, but it's really important that we also consider the actual legal authority we have when we consider this. So this one is something that I know we will continue to discuss as a full board, along with identifying what is within our capacity and within our legal authority. So more to come on that one. I just wanted to preview that now for you all. So I wanted to also remind you all of the work that we have been doing and the schools we have been supporting. So here, just wanted to give you a visual representation of our former and current priority schools. We have the 3 in the dark gray that are our former schools. We have the 3 that are in one box on the top right there that are our current schools. Then to give you in a actual table, here is what I wanted to show you. So the 3 that are highlighted in grayish, you can see they're kind of like grayed out. Those are schools that have exited the priority school process. And just last year in June 2020, the board voted to remove Schuyler Central High School from that designation. Also, the asterisk near the 3 dates in the current status, you see in year 6, year 3, there's a little asterisk. What we also know is that during the time of initial identification for all of our schools to where we are now, we have experienced a pandemic. And with that pandemic came some flexibilities, but also came interruptions. So in May of 2021, this board voted to exempt the 2019-2020 school year to count towards years in status, which means, right, that year didn't actually go toward the number of years that that school was identified. So for right now, what you see in front of you and what we've also reviewed from our statute is that a school that has been in priority status for 3 consecutive years, you as a board, under the recommendation of the commissioner, will need to take an action for those 2 schools, which is Asante Elementary and Asante High School. I'm going to provide more context about the schools themselves, but I wanted to make sure I at least center this work so you all know kind of what we've been doing here with our priority schools. So then, the age-old question, how do you become a priority school, right? And we're always asked that question. I want to make sure we're clear about this process here, because what we have done is we have learned a lot from the first time we've executed this work. So in a typical school year, when we're running our accountability cycles, we're starting in November or December, right? We always strive to get better, but it has a lot to do with data quality and making sure that we validate all these pieces. So around November, December, we're releasing our AQUES classifications and our federal designations. I want to note, at the time of initially starting priority schools, ESSA was not necessarily in place, so the designation piece was a little different, but now we're having these 2 things happen simultaneously. Then in January, we're engaging internally around narrowing that list of all the need support to improve schools to potential schools. Then we're engaging on an on-site diagnostic review to inform final recommendations to the commissioner that are brought before you as a board. We would then be engaging with you in March to identify the schools and for you all to approve who those schools will be, and then spend the next few months actually working on a plan. That is where a lot of the work takes place. Just identifying the school is insufficient. It's about what are the things, the actual strategies, activities, and the specific goals that that school will be held accountable to. That work happens through April and May, and then in June, the board is coming together to approve that plan. So what that actually then looks like is internally, right, we're engaging our NDE staff members across the agency. Our AQUES classification data gives us information on how our students and student groups are performing on our NSCAS assessments, how they're performing on attendance, on graduation, right, how they're doing on progress towards English language proficiency, whether or not they're growing in their academic areas. But it doesn't tell me if there's a risk on how they're spending money. It doesn't tell me if there's any violation to other rules. It doesn't tell me if, in fact, there's been consistent turnover over time. So it's important that we're actually gathering additional information across the department to obtain a clearer picture of that school's quality and performance and the district in which it's situated. So through that thorough review of qualitative and quantitative data, we're identifying patterns and trends also over time, right? So if we're identifying a school, we want to make sure this is actually something that we're seeing is a trend, right? So we know that different offices have risk assessments. So we want to make sure, is this school and district continuously coming up on your cycle for something? That definitely is a red flag, so to speak, right? For us to ensure that we are focusing on the schools that need the most support to improve. That all of that information, right, is informing the recommendation that is made to the commissioner, that is brought before you, and then the board, as you all would approve or not approve the proposed priority school and then their plan. So that is a high-level overview of what that process is like. And I wanted to provide that just so you all have an idea of what you can expect coming up this year. So now I'm going to transition to the actual 3 schools that we currently have that are identified. So Asante Elementary School, Asante Middle School, and Asante High School. So they do share a building, right? They are in the same district, but these are 3 distinct buildings because you can only identify a building, you cannot identify districts. So I just want to make that clarification. But before I do that, though, I want to provide some context related to the actual district, though, so that you understand that when we're working directly with schools, we're also working with districts, we're also working with their school boards, and in some instances, we're working with their tribal councils, we're working with their community members. It isn't just the one principal and whoever is under their purview, right? So to provide further context here, you'll see that leadership turnover has been critical and has been unfortunate at this district. In the last 10 years, there have been 9 new superintendents. In the last 5 years, there have been 4 new high school principals. They have submitted an affidavit for instructional hour exceptions for the last 3 years. I will say for the 2019-2020 school year, and I know the team in the back can clarify for me, I believe every school district submitted an affidavit, right? That was probably one of the most significant years, so that should have an asterisk next to it. I will say this year the team did engage in their Cognia external accreditation review and received accreditation through Cognia this year, so they are an accredited school and will receive their, will continue their accreditation cycle every 5 years, right? So that's something that, and it's their continuous improvement accreditation cycle, right? They're accredited every year, but this process here is about continuous improvement. You may have noticed that in the news earlier this year, there was a big deal that Asante High School had a 100% graduation rate for their 4-year cohort, and I know that has to be a pride point. It is unfortunate, though, that when we talk about graduation rates, that the school then is identified for comprehensive support and improvement for low performance. So when we talk about increasing graduation rates, yet students are not necessarily meeting performance benchmarks, it begs the question, what has yet to be done in order to ensure that there is alignment between high graduation rates and achievement? The school board president and vice president were both seated this year in January, as well as the tribal chairman who started this year in January. So we are talking about 4 to 5 new people every so often, at least this specific year, 4 to 5 new people coming together with the best of intentions to wanting to support this individual schools and the school district and the community as a whole. I'd also be remiss to say that Asante Community Schools is on a sovereign nation, right? Is on tribal lands. So it is part of the Asante Dakota people. I want to be really clear about the fact that I am not an expert when I go there. I am not from that community. I am very clear about wanting to make sure that the conditions are set and that people hold high expectations for themselves and for the school, regardless of what background they have. So I want to remind you, as a result of all that, where we were in 2019, right? So every individual school wrote a goal based off of these areas to ensure and increase academic achievement, right? Focus on learning intentions and success criteria, right? So they wanted to focus really specifically on, do we know what objectives students are supposed to meet, and do we know how we'll know that they met them? Focus on increasing 4-year cohort graduation rate. As you can see, that's something that's been a real focus for them. reducing chronic absenteeism and emphasizing restorative practices across the school district. And then lastly, and most importantly, centering Dakota culture and language throughout the district, from the board to the tribal council to the school district. But again, a lot has shifted since 2019 when they were identified at that time, right? So what the school wanted to, and the school district teams wanted to focus on was really related to academics and having a really clear focus on high-quality instructional materials implementation. We have heard a lot about that work. We've heard a lot about the importance of our schools selecting and adopting, and it is imperative that we focus on, well, what does it mean for a teacher who's brand new to the school district, has no idea what it means to live so far away from home because they finally got a job, and now they have to implement new materials that they've never seen before. So those are the types of complexities that I want to make sure you continue to keep in your mind. The next is around Dakota language and culture and ensuring that there is an acknowledgement of the fact that all of these students are coming from a shared identity, and that many of the educators are not sharing that as well, right? So that there is an importance on the language and culture and identity of the children of that community and the support that teachers need in order to be respectful and acknowledge their shortcomings where necessary, and that they have the appropriate professional learning they need so they can be successful in that. And then lastly, I would say is talent. Another word for human capital, another word for teacher and leader support and development. This is really critical because if you heard me a few slides ago, every year there's always someone new coming through. So we want to make sure the district team and the district leaders wanted to make sure that this was a continued focus on having specific processes and structures for this to be successful for this year and beyond. So for the 22-23 school year, you're seeing here some conditions for continuous improvement. You've heard me speak multiple times about the difference between continuous improvement and school improvement. We don't live in school improvement. We have to live in continuous improvement. These are healthy practices every school and district engage in, where they're going through reviewing their goals, setting goals, constant evolution, and school improvement is dramatic interventions that are not meant to be there long term. And I just wanted to highlight that right there, right? So we want to make sure that our school districts have talent management practices related to human resources, related to a hiring practice, right? Relating to that when they're recruiting educators that share positive mindsets about the students that they're serving. Next is around instructional structures. You heard me say about the affidavit. It is really important that we understand that those are minimum requirements for students to have access to high-quality educational experiences, and the district, when submitting an affidavit, has stated that they are unable to do that, right? So it is important to highlight that if things always happen to you, you feel like you have no control. So the school district has chosen to really be intentional about the dates that they're having professional learning, about the dates when cultural events might happen, right? There's some cadence to that. And then there are some things that happen that you can't prepare for, but nonetheless, you want to be as prepared as possible. Second is elementary literacy, really focusing on the implementation of their high-quality instructional materials from K-5. Secondary school design, you heard me mention that the high school has been identified as a comprehensive support and improvement school. Because of the flexibility of the funds, because of the size of the school, those funds can also be used to support transition grades like 7-8, right? So we want to make sure that there's some continuity here. So there's a focus here on the school design. And then lastly, communication. So you heard me also say that the new board president started in January, right? So it's important that the board president and the superintendent have a really close relationship and also are able to hold each other accountable for the things that they want done in that district. So for talent management, really quickly, I just wanted to touch base on this here, is that they have been conducting hiring processes, and board members have taken part of the interviews of their incoming school leaders. So they now have a new high school principal and an assistant principal. There's been some shifts related to moving the middle school supervision under the elementary principal to create instructional coherence and continuity between K-8, especially since the materials themselves are in alignment for K-8. And then lastly, thinking about, well, always in the back of our mind, what's the transition plan if this happens or if that happens? And that's something that the team is currently working through, related to identifying a dean of students, identifying teacher leader roles, and really focusing on what are the necessary things the board also needs to have in place to support any incoming superintendent that comes through their doors. So this data here I want to show you really briefly is focused on the elementary, and you see that I wrote estimates from NSCAS and NWEA portal. I do not have access to this. This is information provided by the school district. You'll hear from Dr. Clark later related to the standard setting process that will happen. So this information is very preliminary because the school has done this information themselves, but this is not related to accountability or AQuest yet. I just wanted to at least share, because there are some small wins, right? Not everything is, you know, something that is call an alert, but we also have to acknowledge small wins with the urgency of what needs to happen next. So what we see here for K2, the school uses NWEA map to create goals for themselves to ensure that when students enter grades 3 and beyond, that they are meeting their projected growth expectations as well as meeting grade level expectations, because we do not offer, right, a statewide assessment for K2. So what you see here is that meeting grade level expectations, the school did not meet that specific benchmark. They did meet K2 meeting their projected growth. So what we're seeing here is that at times students may start so far behind that they're gonna demonstrate growth and will need some time to actually demonstrate proficiency or close to proficiency over time. For Dibbles, we're also seeing here that really focuses on reading, and we see here that the school is on track but has some work to still do. And then related to NSCAS specifically, again, there's an asterisk there, so you take that with a grain of salt and know that these are not final by any means, but we're seeing some growth and some improvement on students that are meeting proficiency benchmarks, right? Students that are on track or advanced in the elementary school. And then we don't know of growth yet, so that's forthcoming information. For the high school, the middle school and high school, it's just slightly more difficult. Continues to be a growing area of concern, has a lot to do with the lack of consistent leadership in the secondary grades. This academic year, the middle high school principal was removed, and the superintendent had to assume the role of the principal and the superintendent. We also know that because of privacy concerns, I cannot share data with you, even data that is projected, if it doesn't mean a particular benchmark, particular like point. So if there are less than 10 students in any particular category, I'm unable to share that with you. That should be enough information to let you know that why I'm unable to share that with you. Again, as you saw, increasing graduation rates for 4-year cohorts, but what we also know is that in our state, we track students up to 7 years, right? And what we're seeing is a disparity between students who are still part of that school district and may potentially be receiving educational support or services, but are not still graduating after their 4 years. So, right, so they're staying for let's say they're coming back to school, but their 7-year graduation rate is still really low. And one would say in other school districts that we have worked with, we actually sometimes see the inverse, where the longer a student stays with you, the more opportunity the child has to graduate, and therefore your extended graduation rate is higher. But that is some work to be done here, and also for accountability purposes, we do combine the 4-year graduation and 7-year graduation rate, and that is currently at about 75%. So we definitely want to see an increase in that. So some focus areas for the upcoming school year, given that context, is really focusing on centering high-quality instructional materials adoption and implementation, focus on high-dose tutoring, continuing to work with a graduation coach that has been consistent since 2019, to not only ensure that students are graduating, but that they're actually graduating with the skills, dispositions, and the things that they need to be successful and earn a family-sustaining wage. And then you heard me mention before, moving the middle school grades under the elementary so that the high school principal is focused on high school, 9 through 12. And the the assistant principal that will be coming on. Just really quickly, wanted to share some chronic absenteeism data. As a reminder, chronic absence is when a student misses 10% or more of their time in membership. And the focus here is on the academic impact of that child, right? So what is that child missing because they have missed a particular class or a day of school, whatever the case might be? And I just wanted to offer these two data points, right? From 2019, when we last ran accountability, and 2020, when we just ran accountability this fall. And what you see here is some increases in elementary and high school, a little decrease in the middle school, but overall as a district, we're seeing an increase in chronic absence. This, I can tell you, is something that the board president and vice president are making it their priority for this upcoming school year, working with their tribal council to better understand what are the codes that the tribe uses themselves for attendance and truancy, and understanding what truancy means and how important it is to ensure that we're setting expectations for attending school. The school wanted to also focus on average daily attendance, but what this data doesn't tell us is how important it is that this could be just, an average of the number of students that are in school that on a given day, right? But it's not necessarily about whether or not there's a significant academic impact on different groups of students. So I just wanted to offer these two things. And again, schools will have an opportunity to validate their data throughout this summer, because this is the data we will use for accountability purposes. So this is a preview, and it says as of May 31st. So again, other piece of data to hold as a preliminary information, but this information will be finalized and then shared when we engage in our accountability cycles this fall. So what does this all mean? What are we leading towards, right? So you've been hearing me talk about the fact that there are 2 schools that are in their 3rd consecutive year. So what we need to, what I really want to share with you here is what the team has been working towards for their plan for understanding the importance of delivering strong tier 1 instruction every day. So here we having, what you see in front of you is what is the base instructional material that's being used and the aligned interventions to support the different students that may need that support, and how they're all in a line together. So you see math. I just wanted to highlight math because Zern has been such a pivotal investment that we have made in our state through our ESSER funds, and we're seeing this play out here in one of our priority schools. So I just wanted to highlight that here. And then the CSI action plan. You heard me mention that the high school was identified as a CSI school. All CSI schools had to submit a funding application that also talks about goals and talks about their action plans. What we don't want to do is have a funding application for CSI over here, have a priority school plan over here, and then hopefully have a continuous improvement plan over here, and none actually talk to one another. So this CSI plan, because it was required for them to receive funds, had to be done, but is not by all means finished at all, but it will continue to be revised based off of the data that we receive, as well as the input from the incoming administrators and educators. Just wanted to quickly highlight something here too. So we have seen across our state HCRM implementation in high schools actually be an area of focus for us as well, right? There's been a strong focus on early literacy. There's been a strong focus on K-8. We also know that sometimes when you get to high school, I love this book. I want to read this book, and we're going to do this book. And I think it's really important about how we understand the complexity of the standards and the materials that are necessary to support teachers, to support student learning every day. Just wanted to highlight that there For student attendance, I want to uplift really quickly the Hahana Consulting Organization that we partner with through the Office of Special Education. Hahana Consulting is a Native American-owned organization that works specifically with tribal communities and school communities to truly understand what are the needs of the community and to support cultural competence and instructional practices that support the values of that community. And then lastly, for the graduation rate, I really wanted to focus here on the importance of not just maintaining 100% graduation rate, because like I said, it begs the question of, well, what does it mean to graduate if everyone's graduating at 100%, but we're not meeting achievement benchmarks? But I really want to focus here that there is a holistic approach of including community members and elders to support student engagement as the first point of ensuring that students are getting the education that they need every day. So, as I can start to wrap up, here we have some district priorities for the upcoming school year that I wanted to share with you and really focus on building out that leadership team for this upcoming year and the future years. So you heard me mention CSI funding, and obviously there is an item on consent agenda today for TNTP for leadership focused, leadership coaching focused. The last one I want to mention here is related to the investment that the local board is making to support teacher leadership development, and how important it is that the school district is attempting to address the issues that they are identifying through different sources of funds, which is what we want all of our schools to do, but also to be intentional about the board actions and how important the board leader and the leadership team there and the authority that they have to set the expectation and fund the things that they need to fund to make these changes. So, recommendations and next steps. Ultimately, this is to end in a recommendation. The recommended action is for Asante Elementary and the high school to continue as priority schools with a significant revision to the plan, focus specifically on the implementation of these instructional materials, continuing to develop the teachers and leaders, and to have an explicit focus on community and tribal engagement. We understand, I will say I'll speak for myself. I understand that it has been many years of investing not only funds, but time and people into this school district. And it may feel at times like it may be for a lost cause, and it's not, right? These are children that we are talking about. At the end of the day, these are generations of people that we are talking about. So I strongly believe that this action with this contractor, with the people, will be the best plan of action for this next school year. And I'm being really intentional about saying this next school year. I'm not talking about any further, right? We want to make sure that the team and with my direction as well, right, wants to make sure that there's coherence between all of these different things, right? CSI work, priority work, special education needs that are arising, as well as working with just any other entity that wants to support the school district, and ultimately to strengthen the community structures and communication between all of these different entities. So I'm going to turn it over to you all and see if you have any questions, but thank you.
I liked it even better the second time I heard the presentation. I picked up even more today, and yesterday our committee spent a good 45 minutes to an hour on this topic. And I just want to say, hearing this and the discussion we had yesterday makes me so proud to serve on the State Board of Education and with the Department of Education and see the work that we're doing, because we are showing every student in this state matters. You've spent years working closely, and what I loved, not only hearing from the NDE staff yesterday, but also hearing from the leadership of the school, the new leadership, was, you know, the respect for the cultural identities of every youth attending that school. And, you know, we all know that, you know, kids are going to learn better and more if they feel like their school environment is safe and they're supported. And I think there was some real innovative things happening there, and I just, big kudos to the school district and to the NDE staff, and yeah, just look forward to having a successful year this year. So thank you for that report.
Thank you for the report. Yesterday we had a conversation in our board meeting about legislative priorities. And so as we try to think about what we're prioritizing going forward, I think one of the comments that I've heard, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, is our priority schools are a place where we don't have a lot of staff, like it's you. So would we be able to do more or serve more if your department was funded more? Or if we had more funding for priority schools in general, is that a place where you think that you could, I don't want to put you on the spot, but a place where if we had more resources, we could do more, either for the schools that we already have or for adding additional schools? And so just wondering what you think about that. And then my second question is, we also heard from Lane yesterday and started the conversation about the funding that we have for adult learners. And so when we're looking at priority schools and really, you know, the community that we're serving, have we looked at the eligibility of or the need for adult education in the communities to be able to kind of build that pipeline, or parents who can help their kids at home and things like that, and just looking cohesively at everything. So those are kind of my two questions.
The first, I will say, if I had more money, absolutely, I'm doing it. Let's do it. I want to say, though, we engage in an RFP process, right, because there's very limited capacity, right? Because we rely on contractors who can, extend that reach and extend the capacity that we have. So there was a moment in time where we were hopeful that we would get more funds, so we started developing a leadership track with a former contractor, and outside from other things around how you negotiate pay and how you figure all that out, right? But the fact that we want people from our state to support our schools because they're most closely related to the context that we're in, right? That's super important. And also, if I had more money, we'd be way more schools. But I also hope you hear in my comments that it isn't more schools because we're dying to tell schools what to do. It's because the need is in fact great, right? And our accountability system continues to signal that there is a great need, but there's always sometimes a misalignment between how we can actually support that. So thank you for that question. I would say for the second, with Schuyler Central High School, we did work closely with vocational rehabilitation, and we did make some attempts to work with our adult basic ed team as well. And I probably said that wrong, I apologize. But the point is that is something I think to consider moving forward, and also ensure that it's something that the community sees as a need and that they're ready and invested to take that road, because that takes a different set of strategic planning and potential resources that the school will need to be able to allocate. But I take that point, so I'll take that back. Thank you. Patsy?
Well, first I want to say that you, as part of the Nebraska Education whole group and the people that are on your team are living proof that we don't give up on kids. We don't leave them behind. We hang on and keep working with them. And so I've heard that over and over, that that's really important, that we don't give up on kids, and Nebraska Department of Education and your team prove that every day as you're working with them. And so I'm happy to hear what you're saying about what you're doing. Some people might look at the number of years that we've worked with them and say, well, are you really succeeding? Well, yes, you are really succeeding because you're still there and they're still working with you. And I think that the thing that I heard that was the most hopeful in your presentation, and I truly believe this, is it's not just oratory. I believe that the answer to what you're searching for in education at Santee is the development of communication and consistency. And that's so hard. That is a really difficult thing as we see in our world today all around us. So I'm impressed by your bravery and by your creativity, and I hope that you will come to us and ask for anything that you need, that we can give, that we can provide.
Well, thank you again for the presentation. There were 3 things yesterday that were mentioned that I thought were very positive, and if you feel comfortable sharing a little bit about each, was how the new board president wanted to work with the school leaders, that relationship, and the relationship between the local board and the tribal council. And the other thing, if you could elaborate a little bit more about the partnership with, we mentioned adult learning, and so what they have with the college there that's been, I want to say revamped, but reconstituted, but it was exciting, and I don't want to misstep and say something, but those are 3 things that really caught my attention yesterday.
Absolutely. Hopefully I don't misstep either. So the new board president understands the importance of holding the superintendent accountable. And you may remember that in a prior contracting period, we did have a board consultant, right, that worked specifically with the local board. And what we are really focusing on here is actually that local board leaning on the Nebraska Association of School Boards, right? The entity that is there as a membership organization that they work really closely with all of our boards. In fact, they're having a retreat coming up soon, and they're attending their leadership conference as a board, right? So this board president understands the importance of people joining a board, being elected members, and also needing some development themselves, right? And ensuring that the superintendent understands that it is a navigation between that board president and a local board and what's best for the school district without, overstepping and without, it's a delicate line, as you all know, as sitting board members, right? Just a little different context, but nonetheless. So I think that's really important that the board president and the vice president showed up yesterday to engage with you in committee, so appreciative of that. The next is the relationship between the tribal council and the local school board, right? So you heard me say there's a tribal council, Sovereign Nation. There's a public school that is under the Rule 10 Nebraska Revised Statute requirements, right? And then you have this school board that is also, elected body. So with a new board president and a new tribal council leadership team, it's important that they also understand and acknowledge things that have happened in the past, because these are community members, right? They all live in the same general area, right? So everyone knows everyone knows everything. But it's important that they denote what their responsibilities and their authorities are, and that they then come together collectively to work on what is best for that school district. I have met with the tribal council leader at least 3-4 times since he's been on his, as the tribal chairman, right? And it's a big deal. Some would say that's the equivalent to our president, right? So it's important to acknowledge the nature in which we're operating specifically in the school district. So they are attempting to work together and also acknowledge that they have discrete roles and responsibilities. And then lastly, believe is the Nebraska Indian Community College, which is right down the road from the Asante School District, and the board provides a scholarship to some students from the graduating class to attend NICC. And there's more work to be done on establishing that relationship, not only to offer dual credit classes, but also to offer other career and technical educational experiences.
Just one more thing, what you said reminded me how important getting the elders into the school and how revered they are by all of the students. And so that collaboration, getting the elders in the school and working with the students in some capacity, I was really impressed with that nuance as well. So,
You got it.
Dr. Vargas, did I also remember hearing that they have plans for more engagement with their local ESU, number one, which they haven't had in the past? So I was encouraged to hear that.
Yes, so we also know that the ESU continues to be a resource that sometimes the school district might not know where or when or how to engage. And we do know that there's a lot of resources there, especially when it comes to supporting their special education program. So that's something that will be continued conversation with our Office of Special Education, with the ESU office, and other things like professional learning, data, literacy, all those things. Yes, thank you.
One thing I wanted to ask and have some clarification on, do you think that turnover, like today you talked to us about, having a major turnover in leadership, and along the way you've talked about turnover in teachers and staff. Do you think that of course has a negative effect? I agree with that, but do you think that's getting better? And if so, what do you think is missing, had been missing, that kept people there longer? Or what needs to be done to keep them longer? Sorry, kind of.
No, that's great. Thank you for that question. I think sometimes as educators, we like to solve problems, and we're courageous. We want to jump in, and this is a really big problem, right? And from afar, you think you might be able to conquer it, and then you realize that the day-to-day is actually not what you thought it would be. So with that, it requires a lot of support, and it requires a lot of tenacity, a lot of resilience, a lot of perseverance, right? All of the words. It also requires skill, right? You need to actually be able to have the skills, possess the skills to be able to lead a school community that may in fact be entrenched with their own beliefs that this is their reality, right? So that they're in fact hopeless, right? And it's not the case. I want to make that crystal clear that it's important that leaders are receiving the support that they need and are supported by the structures like having an appropriate calendar, right? Like things that seem so small, like every school district should have, no big deal, right? But it's important to identify that piece there. I think the other thing too is it's okay to be able to say that you need support to do something, and then you receive that support, And then lastly, I would then say to keep people there, this school board, the Asante School Board, had a retaining bonus this year for educators that chose to stay. So there are things that boards can do that also signal to their staff, right, that they matter and that they want them there. And that's a really big deal. So I just wanted to shout out the board president for that. So it's just one thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. You're doing wonderful work. Are you seeing a trigger event from 10 years ago that started this kind of, where we're there now, a CSI school? Is there something that triggered it, or was it kind of, have you looked at their data from 10 years ago compared to what it was when they were first placed on this 6 years ago? Was it a boom, it happened, or was this kind of a slow burn? And I have one other follow-up quick question.
Of course. I'll make my attempt to answer the question, but I know that there are potentially other folks that can help. I will say when I first got here, first thing I did was look at, we would have lists that were called persistently low achieving schools, right? And you can tell, right, from looking at that list, what those schools were, and this was one of them. These three were one of them. So this, I wouldn't say, is necessarily something that this event happened and overnight this happened. I believe that it definitely has been a progression of potentially internalized beliefs that this is just our story and we're gonna do the best that we can with what we have, versus really raising the bar and saying we can be just as good as a school in Elkhorn.
So, and you mentioned it twice in your presentation, how do you marry the chronic absenteeism and being a priority school with a 100% graduation rate? Do you have an opinion on that, how that is accomplished? Are we, maybe not?
I think that schools in general will do the best that they can to support their students succeed, right? And it's important that because children might be chronically absent, they do eventually show up to school. And when a child comes to school, I'm going to capitalize on the fact that that child is there that day, and we're going to do whatever it takes to catch you up on that work. Is that the same as having a high quality instructor facilitating your learning every day? It's not. And I think that may be part of it, without getting off the rails here, but I'm looking at my dear boss here to see if she'll want to interject with her infinite wisdom.
My first thought goes to sustaining the community. And I think as this district really thinks about it, continues to think about itself, that we want to work with them to have young people who want to even be in their community and sustain it. And in this century, that takes a lot of skill. That takes a lot of skill. So as they understand and really impose on their students the importance of being there, and then the education being correlating to what the skills really are that those students need to sustain that community. I think as we marry all those things together, as we've even seen in the Omaha Nation, up at Macy the other day, and saw some great things in terms of careers that sustain their community, and if those students choose to leave, sustain our state, our world. I think as we work on those kind of skills, it will make a difference.
Yes, and I'll just add a quick comment, because Dr. Friesen, mine ties in with yours. And I would personally have a hope that there will be a CTE component especially for the high school, as in the Omaha Nation district has developed, because I think that will give the high schoolers something to sink their teeth into and encourage them to want to be there every day. And so I hope that the administration from the Santee School District can visit the Macy and just maybe check that out. That'd be my hope. Thank you.
I promise I won't ask any more questions or say anything else, but just crossed my mind to ask this question. How are the young people of Santee involved in being a part of the solution to these problems?
I'd love to answer that question. So I will say that this past academic year, they have revitalized their student council. I mean, there's work to be done there, but what we know is that if we continue, what is known is that if the school leaders and the school district team continues to create solutions without, bringing in and learning about and learning from those who it's going to mostly impact, they're going to continue to fall short. So the student council, I would say, is something that is, what was the word you used, Lisa, before? Something, right? But reconstituted. Thank you, Sherry. Right. So yeah. So that is one piece of it. We also learned through their Cognia visit as well, where they had a student panel, just kind of how students felt there as well. So even establishing like surveys that can at least get to the sense of how do students feel about their school and what they're learning, right? And how important it is for that data, along with achievement data, to inform solutions, I think will be critical. So that is what I would say related to what you've asked.
Thank you, Dr. Vargas. This was very informative and great questions asked by board members. Really appreciate your work.
Madam President, as Dr. Vargas steps away, I want to just really give her a shout out as she takes her runway walk back because she has done tremendous work. And I remember in the early days, Santee then, as it was called, now as Santee, as it brings even more of its culture in, there was a community thought that, and for some families, if they had several children, that maybe their best children, their most academic children, would go outside of that district to another school, and some of their other students would stay within a Santee as if it couldn't live up to someplace else. And I think under Dr. Vargas's leadership and work with the team and others in the NDE and now working with the Santee, that mindset has changed. I mean, just imagine if the Omaha public schools, parents there thought half their children needed to go one place and half stay within the district. Then within the district, they wouldn't be working on the issues that needed to be resolved. And we've come so far with that, but it is an everyday work. It is a mindset change. It is bringing people in who believe and have high expectations. And I just want to shout out to Dr. Vargas, because I know for her, it's every day. It's tremendous presence. And there's I would say there's none like Dr. Vargas, but there are many in the NDE who just have that commitment to make the difference. So thank you to Dr. Vargas and team.
Thank you, Dr. Friesen. We're at agenda item 3.3, so I'll turn that back to you.
To me. I think I have another presentation coming up, and this time it's discussion of standard setting process for NSCAS assessment in English language arts and mathematics and science validation from Dr. Trudy Clark taking her runway walk. And here we run. Here we go again with yet another NDE leader making a tremendous difference for us this time in assessment. So thank you, Dr. Clark.
Thanks, I appreciate having the opportunity. Okay, so standard setting is a process that we are required to do, basically. It's just a process of describing the levels of performance and then identifying those ranges of scores that associate or are associated with those 3 levels. The State Board of Education in 2017 established that there would be 3 performance levels. Presently, we are utilizing developing on track and advanced. Just bring to mind that when we talk about those 3 levels, it's on track and advanced. Both of those refer to proficient students, just at different levels. To give you a little bit more detail about those 3 levels, though, is this slide that really provides you, as I mentioned, more detail about what a developing student would look like, what an on-track student, and then what an advanced student. It really comes down to how they demonstrate their learning, and also then how prepared are they to engage in on-grade level content. So those are the 3 levels that we work with. And to answer the question about when we engage in standard setting, there are 3 precipitating events that kick in when we do a standard setting. The first year of a new assessment, when a test changes significantly, and then also when policymakers want to adjust the expectations. So our precipitating events that we recognize for our standard setting processes this year, for English language arts, it was the adoption of the revised college and career ready standards in 2021, which then required us to change the test. So the new test, which is the NSCAS growth computer adaptive test in 2023, measured those new standards. So because we have new data that's measuring new standards, this data needs to be calibrated so we understand where that developing student would interact with that learning, what the on-track and then the advanced. For mathematics, it came down to conversation around the educator concerns. As someone who is engaging with the assessment and advisory committee, I heard more and more about concerns regarding the standards, cut scores and so forth. So I took this to the technical advisory committee, and we reviewed the EdMetrics technical report from 2018 standard setting process. And there really were indications that there was sufficient evidence to suggest that a new standard setting for mathematics was necessary or could take place. And so we entered into conversations about how that would look, and that was necessary. So we are conducting standard setting for ELA and for mathematics, a full standard setting process. So what that means is ACS Ventures, which the Nebraska State Board of Education approved the contract for this company, they are conducting the standard setting process. So ACS Ventures will then facilitate this work of the Nebraska educators, and we have about 65 content area specialists. So when I talk about content area specialists, we're talking about teachers who are engaged with students daily and understand what a student that would be on the developing level, on track and advanced, what they look like in the classroom and how they interact with on-grade level content. So those 65 content area specialists, these also could include instructional coaches, and then the content area specialists that are on staff at various districts. So these panelists engage with the achievement level descriptors. So each content area has expectations that are associated with each of these 3 levels as well. So they're going to interact and engage with that information and also the test content. Those conversations are part of the basis for those cut scores. It's also engaged, these panelists are engaged in multiple rounds of discussion. So they actually take the test, and then they begin asking for each of those items that make up the test. Where does a barely on-track student, how do they perform on this item? So they go through each of those questions and ask that same question, and they mark for each of the items, this is what I believe this person, this student that I have in my mind, would interact. After they do that, then they go through and they ask that same question, except they now ask, what does a barely advanced student, how do they interact with this item? And so they go through and identify that as well. So that's what I mean when I say panelists engaged in multiple rounds and discussions. One of the other major steps and important steps of the standard process is they have the data of these students that have now taken the test. That information is now, the cut scores are applied to that data, and so they have an opportunity to understand what's the impact. What is the impact of these cut scores on this data? And so they'll see where how the percentages of students that would most likely fall within the developing, within the on-track, and then with the advanced. And also then we ask them to look at a vertical alignment to make sure that it makes sense as they go from grade 3 through 8. What does that look like? We just want to make sure that there's consistency in expectations moving from 3rd grade through 8th grade. So those are all part of the process. One final piece of that is when they look outward, they may look at data and results from NAEP. The problem with NAEP is that they only test at 4th, 8th, and then the high school. So there's limitations there. As I was reviewing the information from ACS Ventures, they're also perhaps going to be looking at how this information or these levels and the data that results from it, how does that line up with what they're seeing in map growth? Because that is a norm reference national test. So what they're looking for is something that's a national test. It might be the ACT. They're looking at maybe the map growth results. So it's a way for them to gauge, again, does it align, does it make sense, is it reasonable? And then in August, when I come back to you with the results and the recommendations that are coming from the panel, what you're going to see is 2 cut scores, one at on track and one at advanced, for NSCAS growth ELA and math grades 3 through 8, and then also the English language arts alternate. They also are doing a standard setting for the alternate assessment. And again, the question is that they've answered with these cut scores, what does a student who is barely on track need to know and be able to demonstrate this, where is this level at, and then also for the advanced student. The final step before I bring this to you folks for your response, adoption of the cut scores, is a final opportunity to review the results. I'm going to be presenting along with the chair of the TAC, Chad Buckendahl. He's going to facilitate a policy review with a subcommittee of educators from the Assessment and Accountability Committee to determine if those cut scores are reasonable. Does it make sense? That really is what it comes down to, is will those results make sense as we go forward? For science, it's really just it's a validation. It's not a complete standard setting process. So again, the main emphasis with this work will be, again, presenting the data and applying the cut scores that were adopted last year, looking at the results, and again, the cut scores, are those reasonable? And so those conversations will take place amongst the content specialists, and also, again, the policy review. Are those cut scores reasonable for results coming off of this data for for developing on track and proficient students? And I think that's it. Questions?
No question, just a comment. I guess it's safe to say that cut scores and how they're created is not my area of expertise. And so I'm grateful to have someone that does have that expertise. And I also am grateful that you've really been intentional about using the TAC committee, because that's a governor-appointed committee. I don't think they were brought together for a couple years, but I know since you've been in this seat, man, you've met with them at least 4 hours. These are like 4-hour meetings each.
Yeah.
So, and I've been really impressed that you really use that kind of a sounding board for these types of decisions. So just thank you and kudos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, for this explanation. I was just curious, when you talk about the 65 content area specialists, how are those specialists selected for this process?
We solicit, we send out a request for teachers who are interested. They cannot have been part of the item writing activity that created the items for the test. The content area specialist that's serves NDE. So Becky Michaels for the ELA. Marissa Pesant has had to step in, but I have tapped and she has as well, the math cadre of ESU content specialists, other assessment folks. We have garnered their input as well to make sure that the folks that are selected have the necessary content strength to make those decisions. So we rely on first creating a pool, and then we get input from folks that have worked with these individuals and know that they have the strength of content knowledge.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just have to share this. Yesterday in the lobby, I don't know if I was checking in or whatever, a gal from my district came up to me and she says, "Lisa, I'm volunteering for the math cut scores." And she was so excited. So I think it might be due to how you request and how you talk to them about the commitment. But kudos to you. I mean, she was really excited. I mean, she's a big math person.
Yeah.
But I thought that was pretty cool. Somebody was actually excited to be a part of this. So
Thank you. We recognize how valuable the time and energy of these individuals who give us days out of their summer to item write, to align items to the test, and then the standard setting. It's not easy work, so really appreciate each and every one of them that comes forward and volunteers and says, "I want to be a part of this process." It's great professional development, but we rely so heavily on individuals who are willing to give us their time, but they are recognized as very strong in their content, or else we wouldn't be, it just wouldn't be right to include them.
When are the questions that are on the test going to be written for math and the others?
The item writing takes place the item writing takes place in latter part of June and then July. For math, let me look up for sure. Okay, it's on our website. Here, go. For math, item writing is July 11th through the 13th.
Are there the ELA as well and all?
ELA is, okay. We have item writing July 10th through the 14th.
Okay, so this summer for both of them?
Yes.
And science is done already, or that's?
Actually, science, we're doing 2 because of how involved it is.
Sure.
We have one in Kearney, June 12th through the 16th, and then one in Lincoln from July 10th through the 14th. The standard setting will take place for all 3 at the same time. So those July 25th through the 27th, all 3 will take place.
I mean, I think some of us will want to see those questions. I know we'll have to be embargoed, but some of us will want to see that. Okay, just so you know.
You have to sign in blood. Yeah.
Okay.
No, you have access, yes. You don't have to do that, though. Just.
Any other questions or comments for Dr. Clark? Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Whoops.
Appreciate that.
Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the President's report. The more you read, the more you know. The more you learn, the more places you will go. I hope you recognize that as not my original quote, but Dr. Seuss. That was my best Dr. Seuss voice, and I'm sorry it's not really great. As long ago as 2002, the Nebraska State Board of Education acknowledged the importance of early literacy by creating a standing position. More recently, some state legislatures have passed laws related to reading improvement or to early literacy. For example, in 2013, Mississippi passed the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, which is a comprehensive, statewide, fully funded early literacy program. And it's interesting that by 2019, Mississippi had the highest 4th grade NAEP reading scores in the nation. In Nebraska, in 2018, our legislature passed the Reading Improvement Act. The Reading Improvement Act includes some requirements, such as K through 3 students have to be assessed 3 times using diagnostic reading assessments during the school year. And any deficiencies that are identified for students, those students then have an individualized reading improvement plan that's developed, and that is communicated with parents. And there's a real emphasis in this law on parental communication. And then another requirement is that there, of course, are interventions, in-school interventions, to try and help those students who've been identified with deficiencies to overcome those. In response to the Nebraska Reading Improvement Act, NDE developed a website, Nebraska Reads. Many of the resources necessary to fulfill the requirements of this law are found on that website. For example, they have an individual reading improvement guide for teachers. They also have approved reading diagnostic assessments so that schools can look to see which assessments are approved. I don't know if that's important for us to acknowledge. We'll keep going until we're issued out. So this website, though, has much more than just resources that are required as part of the Reading Improvement Act. It has a dyslexia guide for individuals. It has a take-home reading packet, I would call it, for caregivers to use to help preschool-age children start learning pre-reading skills and then some early reading skills. And really, for me, a huge part of what's on Nebraska Reads website is the professional development information and opportunities that are all based on the science of reading. The science of reading, very generally defined, is a body of multidisciplinary research. And by multidisciplinary, I mean this includes research from cognitive and developmental psychology, from education, from communication, and from linguistics. So all of those science areas in the research they do, they are working toward understanding the cognitive processes that are necessary for an individual to be a capable reader. And they're also really focused on understanding and answering the question, how does reading develop? So from that body of research have come some evidence-based instructional practices. So they've relied on the research to help them identify how can people provide instruction to help young children read and read effectively. Really, the science of reading typically includes 5 areas. Those 5 are phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. You know, and if you think about phonemic awareness, that's the beginnings where children start recognizing that Matt and Cat, oh, they end with the same sound, right? That there's that excitement of recognizing sounds and letters. And then that progresses to, with phonics, being able to recognize that C sometimes makes that sound and sometimes it's the K sound. And being able to actually decode words, to look at letters, say the sounds, and then be able to, as I say to my grandkids, sound out the word, right? Put those sounds together and you can read those words. Obviously, fluency is being able to read quickly, but accurately and with expression. Vocabulary, understanding the meaning of words, right? And comprehension, really, when you talk about cognitive processes, that is the most complex because it takes higher level thinking to be able to understand what you're reading. And you certainly see that as you think about how reading progresses and how in comprehension, sometimes at higher levels of elementary, students have to be able to make inferences. Okay, so those are the 5 areas. And I've noticed in the work that we are doing, we have also included the notion of knowledge. And that comes from a body of research that really suggests that you put kids at an advantage if when they're young, from early on, you're exposing them to the world and you are building their sense of knowledge of what they see, what they hear, what they experience. So those are the areas really that are part of what we call now the science of reading. NDE has made great strides in helping teachers across our state be trained in what's called LETTERS. LETTERS is a science of reading-based instructional program. But we have limited resources, right? So it's impossible for us right now to be reaching every teacher across the state. And really to that end, when Dr. Epler was still here, part of the biennial budget request was for over 2 years, $20 million. With the first year for $10 million being focused on high-quality instructional reading materials, of having funds to be able to assure that any teachers who are teaching young children to read have been trained in letters or a science of reading-based program. And then the third thing that was part of that request was funds to help us support educator preparation programs, because we know how important it is for teacher candidates to have this knowledge of how to teach reading. You know, as you know, that was year one. Year two, the request was for the funding for regional reading coaches. So the idea was there would be regional coaches who would then train district level coaches, and those district level coaches would be there to support any and all teachers who are teaching children to read. We know that that biennial budget request did not come to be, but I think we also need to think about that we have some things to help guide us forward. Yesterday in our work session, we talked a little bit about legislative priority related to English language arts, that by 2030, the hope is that 75% of third graders will be at the proficient reading level. Having a comprehensive statewide fully funded early literacy program would help us tremendously in reaching that goal. We also know that today we have an opportunity to pass revisions to Rule 20, and in Rule 20, under instructional strategies, we have incorporated that teacher ed candidates need the science of reading. Okay? I think also moving forward, and as we talked about in our work session, we have some opportunities because this legislative session, there was interest from several senators in providing additional funding to further the reading improvement law's goal. And that goal is that by third grade, all children would be reading at or above grade level. So I think we do have an opportunity to look forward to this next legislative session and really be working with senators on trying to further their interest and to help us be able to get additional funding so that we can have all students reading. That concludes my report. I don't know if there are any comments or reactions before we take a break. Oh, I shouldn't have said that because there won't be any comments or questions. Lisa.
I just want to reiterate what you just said about legislators realizing the importance of reading and putting money there, because when that first came to be, when the two senators traveled around the state, there wasn't flow-through money, from my understanding, to get the job done that was mandated. So it's really nice, and I think we need to remember to thank the senators that allowed that to happen this session that ended yesterday. So thank you for mentioning that.
We will take a 5-minute break. Board members, we will come out of recess in 1 minute.
Since we're not quite all here, do you think, and I know the agenda's probably already getting packed for August, but I would love to have our staff maybe give an update on science reading letters, because Sherry has a lot of questions about it, and I'm not the expert on it.
I don't know if we can get it in August,
Well,
but maybe by
sometime
September.
yeah, just
Okay.
just
Remind
to
me
put
again.
that bug in.
Yeah. All right, we are at agenda item 5, approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Anyone?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda per board policy. There's no discussion on this motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner, Fricky,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Morrison, Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
Votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the consent agenda is adopted. Agenda item 6 is standing committee reports. 6.1 Executive Committee. As the chair of the Executive Committee, I will provide a report. The committee reviewed the commissioner's position description and essential functions, performance indicators, and evidence of attainment examples. Recent suggested revisions provided by non-committee members were discussed. Joel Sherling will put the draft appraisal document together, and it will be discussed at a future committee meeting this month. The committee discussed options for the administration of the commissioner's performance appraisal. Committee Chair Goebbels spoke with Marcia Herring from the Nebraska Association of School Boards about how the commissioner's appraisal might be administered by that organization. The committee chair will ask Marcia for a scope of the work and will invite her to come and demonstrate and explain the appraisal tool that would be used to the committee. The committee discussed the format for the commissioner's informal progress assessment. Joel Sherling and Committee Chair Goebbels spoke about using the same functions and indicators, but have people give feedback without a ranking. Steve Joel will be helping with the commissioner's goals for the year. Committee Chair Goebbels will contact Steve Joel about reaching to discuss the process he will be using to establish the goals, and will identify dates that he is available to work with the board in either July or August. The committee reviewed the 2023 legislative and regulatory priorities. This concludes the Executive Committee report. Are there any questions for the committee chair? Agenda item 6.1.A is approve commissioner's position description and the essential functions, performance indicators, and evidence of attainment examples. Is there a motion on item 6.1.A?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve the Commissioner's position descriptions and the essential functions, performance indicators, and evidence of attainment examples.
Is there a second?
Motion.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the commissioner's position description and essential functions, performance indicators, and evidence of attainment examples. Is there any discussion?
Chairman Goebbels, I just appreciate the fact that you went outside the executive committee and asked our input regarding these two documents, so thank you for that.
Okay. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Goebbels?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the commissioner's position description and essential functions, performance indicators, and evidence of attainment examples are adopted. Item 6.2, Budget and Finance Committee. Chair Patsy Kojons will provide a report from the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
The Budget and Finance Committee reports met on Thursday, June 1st, 2023. We met, and the members present were myself, Elizabeth Texmeyer, Sherry Jones, and Deborah Neary. The committee reviewed the proposed new expansion grants for early childhood education programs, with NDE providing an overview of the process, including the selection requirements. The committee supported bringing this item to the board. The next item was a proposed contract with Leader Services, who was selected during an RFP process to provide support in developing a web application for collecting and using federally required special education data. The committee supported bringing this item to the board for a vote also. The third action item reviewed by the committee was the revision action grants for 23-24. NDE staff highlighted the selection process for this, with amounts awarded to the recipients. The committee recommends bringing this item to the full board as well. The committee then reviewed and proposed contract with Pearl Strategies, a company to provide assistance to districts in addressing homelessness in both urban and rural districts in our state. The contract is funded with federal ARP, homeless children, and youth grants. The committee recommended bringing this item to the full board also. The last action item, we had a lot of action going on in our meeting. The last action item reviewed was the local food for school grants. The grant was to address food supply issues that were caused by the pandemic. The committee supports bringing this item to the full board for consideration. Additionally, the committee reviewed the monthly board travel expense report and in-state authorizations, noting no concerns. Lastly, NDE staff reviewed work being done that will result in action items being brought to the board next month, including the procurement that is being undertaken for any contracts. There are several action items that may be coming to the board during the August meeting that include related IDEA Part C funds, a potential contract for a vendor to analyze and submit special education data, a contract for educational interpreter training, funding for special education transition programs, a contract to support the Nebraska statewide workforce and education reporting system, a contract for continued Canvas support, a possible procurement contracting system, and contract for the north side of the first floor construction for disability determination services. All of this foreshadowing, as we have requested, possible actions that we will be able to consider. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report, and I express my gratitude to the staff and the members of the committee who are working with us.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the committee chair? Lisa?
I would just like to make a statement on the action item about expanding early childhood, because Melody Hobson has done a wonderful job, and she shares the Nebraska information with Zoom for NASB, the National Association of State School Boards, and she does not only an awesome job for Nebraska, but she's sharing what we're doing, you know, nationwide by joining those Zooms. So I think that says a lot about our ACE program.
Agenda item 6.2.A. Are there any questions related to the monthly travel reports? Okay. Agenda item 6.2.B. Is there a motion on item 6.2.B?
I do. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve awards for new and expansion early childhood education program grants to the identified public school districts.
Is there a second? Okay. It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve awards for new and expansion early childhood program grants to the identified public school districts. Is there any discussion on this motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Kojons,
Yes.
Henner, Fricke, Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison, Neary,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve awards for new and expansion early childhood program grants to the identified public school districts is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.C. Is there a motion on this item?
I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with LDP Incorporated, doing business as Leader Services.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with LDP Incorporated, doing business as Leader Services. Is there any discussion on the motion? Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison, Fricke, Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with LDP Incorporated, doing business as Leader Services, is adopted. Agenda item 6.2D. Is there a motion on this item?
Yes. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the revision action grants for 2023-2024.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the revision action grants for 2023-2024. Is there any discussion on the motion? Jacqueline?
Yes, so I think that I've asked this question before, and I think it's gonna become even more pertinent as we receive more funds to match Perkins funds. And so on this particular matter, is there someone who can, so on the funding it says, these funds represent 15% of the flow-through formula funding and must target 1, rural areas or areas with high percentages or numbers of CTE concentrators or areas with gaps in performance. In recent years, the requests for these competitive grants exceed available funds. So for 2023, 50,000 from the statewide funds were included in the total allocation for ESU. So is there someone who can speak to how we determine, if we're targeting rural areas or if we're targeting high percentage of concentrators, areas with gaps in performance? Does that change year over year? Is this a competitive application? And with scoring, how exactly are we deciding these things?
Come on up, Katie.
Good morning. Katie Graham, Administrator of the Office of Career Technical and Adult Education. Thank you for the question, Jacqueline. The criteria that you read, those 3 options, are exactly what's stated in law. So in the application, part of the criteria is the district assuring that they meet one of those 3 criteria. Past that, the scoring criteria, I think, is outlined in there about the different constructs that are reviewed. So like alignment to their revision needs assessment process, the alignment with labor market demands, either regionally or for the state. I think their application just in general, the quality, the commitment and sustainability information that they've shared. Happy to answer any specific questions.
So when I look at the award amounts, for instance, it looks like the maximum amount awarded is 150,000, with others being 100,000. Is that our cap, or is that the max that people are requesting? Do we have a cap or a lid on that?
Another great question. We have stated that there is a cap. What was unique about that application that I was able to share with the committee yesterday, and I don't believe you were in there, that request was made on behalf of 19 school districts to work on a regional approach to CTE delivery. So the funds we were able to leverage, and I think I wrote in there some of our Perkins leadership funds, which have different requirements and parameters, because that activity is aligned with some of our strategic priorities of regional CTE delivery. We were able to leverage those to add on to the original request. Their request was for 150. All other requests were capped at 100,000, and all of the other requests were specific to one LEA. That one was unique because it was addressing 19 different ones.
And maybe this is just something I need to ask later just to get more understanding. So can you talk about, so are the revision action grants for carrying out action? How do they get money to do the revision needs assessment process? How do those 2 work together?
Another great question, and that's changed over time. So in 2018, when Perkins 5 was reauthorized, it included a new requirement, a new eligibility requirement for every LEA to complete a comprehensive local needs assessment. Because we had already had the revision process in place, we were able to take something where it was very school by school or district by district and revise the process so it could be used as that needs assessment, and every district undergoes that process by themselves. So we support, we give templates, we provide the data. Right as COVID was hitting, we had set up regional meetings to help with a lot of the labor market data review, but there are no funds that are there are no state funds that are earmarked to help carry out the needs assessment process. Once they do that process, based on the needs that were identified, they can then apply, or we call action items that they've identified, they can then apply for an action grant to help with whatever the difference is between their local and Perkins funds. These would go to help address those activities that they'd like to carry through.
So when it says this represents 15% of the flow-through formula funding, the other 85%, does that go directly to school districts through a set formula based on the same, I guess, based on needs assessment?
It does go based on a set formula in the Perkins legislation, and it's based on the school-age population of the district boundaries, as well as that same population, the percentage that are living below the poverty threshold.
And so is the amount that an entity receives through their automatic flow-through taken into consideration when you're deciding who gets the discretionary funds?
Not directly, and the reason for that is most of the smaller rural districts consort together with their ESU, so it wouldn't be as easy to pinpoint how much that particular district would have leveraged in any particular year because they're working more towards those combined efforts, but the scoring criteria alone doesn't take into account their allocation amount.
Okay, just two more questions. I noticed in, I'm gonna guess, I'm making an assumption, I could be wrong, but Omaha, it looks like Metro Community College applied and that's the recipient, but I don't see any, I guess, so I do see Ralston Public Schools in the Omaha area, but Metro Community College looks like it's the only community college that received funding. And so can you tell me about, K through 12 Perkins versus looking at the community college, and why would they be eligible, or are all community colleges eligible? Can you tell me a little bit more about why there's one community college? And I know they get funding from other sources as well that schools aren't able to tap into. So.
Definitely. So within the Perkins legislation and in our state plan, we do support community colleges, technical colleges, colleges that might be within the Indian colleges and the other tribal areas. We determined several years ago, every state has to determine a split between our federal allocation and how we're going to split that between secondary and post-secondary CTE. So we are, according to our state plan, splitting our funds, the flow through, 60-40, between 60% to secondary programs and 40% to post-secondary programs. They are equally as entitled to apply for the competitive grants through those reserve funds because it's the same pot that flows through to LEAs. So previous years, many other community colleges have applied. This year we didn't see as many apply and only one warranting an award. I believe last year we might have awarded 2 different community colleges. Happy to provide the history if that would help.
And then the only other question I had, under funding source, it says Perkins and the Grace Pfister Foundation Trust. Can you give us information about how we oversee or what the Grace Pfister Foundation Trust is contributing or how they contribute to this?
Absolutely. Several years ago, I believe the Grace Pfister Foundation Trust reached out to the department, and I believe there was direction left that the funds should be leveraged to support schools, and it was very general. And at that time, the general counsel, I believe, worked with a number of different people in the department to determine who may best benefit. And I believe revision was lifted up as one of those options that might meet the, I don't know if it's a requirement or maybe the wishes of how those funds would be used. So we proposed and sent all of the information about what revision is and who it supports to the foundation manager, the trust manager, and the family and the foundation trust agreed that they would like those limited funds to support revision. And every year since, we've made sure to go back to them, and they've confirmed that this, again, is still how they would like those funds earmarked to be used. So it really is more of a donation, I believe, that they have made to the department, and then this program was identified. Thank you. Absolutely.
Lisa?
This was posted May 17th, and my question might be in there, but I'm not sure. But I know there's a needs assessment in, attaining the grant money. My question is, what is the accountability piece? Do you know how many participants are in the projects that they plan to address? And is it a report or data or combination of both?
You're specifically talking about the revision action grants,
Yes.
right? So for accountability, we have a couple things. So on the upfront, we do have in their application, they have to submit a plan demonstrating capacity and commitment for sustainability of the program. We do all of the finances on a reimbursement basis to ensure that what they've asked for aligns with what they're being reimbursed for. And then from the accountability side, a lot of that goes back to the same accountability measures we take with CTE in general, as this would be a part of enhancing their whole CTE system. So we have 7 federal accountability indicators that we measure, and all of these activities should be aligning to enhancing student performance on those indicators.
And that would be the same with the new state funds that would become a part of that accountability.
To be determined.
Okay, I will hang on to that one. Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, Dr. Graham.
Thank you.
The motion is to approve the revision action grants for 2023-2024. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky? Yes. Penner?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? Kojons?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the revision action grants for 2023-24 is adopted. The next action item is 6.2.E. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve a contract with Pearl Strategies.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve a contract with Pearl Strategies. Is there any discussion on the motion? Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Goebbels?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Morrison? 8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve a contract with Pearl Strategies is adopted. Action item 6.2.F. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner. Wait, will we have discussion on this after I make the motion? We do, don't we?
After motion and
Okay,
second.
yes. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to distribute the local Food for Schools grant funds to school food authorities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Patsy? It's moved and seconded. Second by Patsy. Got that? It's moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to distribute the local Food for Schools grant funds to school food authorities. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I just have a comment. In the budget and finance minutes, it was stated that the local Food for School grants were in response to the issues caused by the pandemic, and I don't remember us discussing that, and it's not included in the rationale, but rather the focus seemed to be the utilization of local resources in our school breakfast and lunch programs, and that I fully support. So just a comment where I might have missed in our discussion, but it was in the minutes, so just wanted to point that out, I guess, for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner? Jones?
Yes.
Fricky? Neary?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to distribute the local food for school grant funds to school food authorities is adopted. Agenda item 6.3, Planning and Evaluation Committee. Chair Deborah Neary will provide a report from the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Thank you. We met yesterday, and the committee is made up of myself, Vice Chair Lisa Fricke, Sherry Jones, and Patty Goobels. And we met for at least 3 hours. It was a good one. I know. We're not going to call it a retreat yet, but that was for you, Jackie. All right. Sorry. Back on track. The committee reviewed the following action items. The approval of Rule 11 teacher waiver requests for Creek Valley Public Schools and Red Cloud Community Schools. The approval of new interim program schools under Rule 18. The approval of educator preparation programs in Nebraska colleges and universities under Rule 20. The approval of the Nebraska's Every Student Succeeds Act, our ESSA plan amendment for Section 4. The committee recommends the approval of these 5 items. The committee also reviewed the action items to approve the accreditation of school systems to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 10, and to approve the new approved schools and adding grades to approved schools for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 14. The committee reviewed the compliance checklists for school systems under Rule 10 and Rule 14, as well as we clarified the nuances among Rule 14 accredited public districts and Rule 10 accredited non-public school systems, and Rule 14 approved non-public school systems. The committee recommends the approval of these items. I want to go off script here. I really appreciated the staff's help in helping me, at least, and I hope others too, better understand some of the differences between these different levels of accredited public schools, which is redundant because all public schools have to be accredited, and then there's accredited non-public schools, and then there's approved schools. And based on phone calls I've received since I've been on the board, I know that most parents don't know if the school, unless it's a public school, if their school is approved or accredited. And I'll say even I sent some of my foster youth to Phoenix Academy, which is a great school, but I didn't know that it was approved and not accredited. And so, anyway, so there's nuances to those levels, and while we only spent probably a half an hour on those nuances, I'm hoping that we can, as a group, spend more in understanding what the differences are and what the approval process is, because we are approving schools today, and we all need to know what that entails. At a very high level, I learned a few things that I learned is that if a school is accredited, if it's a non-public accredited or approved school, there's academic areas that they are not required to teach that are required of public schools. They aren't required to teach financial literacy or multicultural education or computer literacy that was only a very small sampling because, as I said, we did not drill down in every item on the checklist. I had tried to study the checklist before the meeting for approved schools versus accredited schools. What I didn't know but now know and hope to share this with everyone, so when you're looking at those lists, they refer to public schools as districts and refer to accredited non-public schools as systems. So it helps you understand if your child is in an accredited non-public school, how is that different? Or if it's an approved school, how is that different? Some of the other ways that I learned, and again, there's so much more, but superintendent requirements are not as rigorous if your students are in an approved school. Teacher endorsement requirement percentages are not as rigorous for both accredited non-public schools and approved schools. There are different standards for teacher endorsement requirements. Assessments are not the same requirements, although if it is an approved school or a non-public accredited school, they are required to, what's the term? Normative, oops, I lost my notes. Normative and criterion referenced assessments. Thank you, Sherry. But not the state assessments that our public schools take. And what I learned about the process, or what we all learned is, in Spark are the applications for the schools that are approved schools that we're approving, and it's a one-page application to submit, and then there's a lot of self-report on some of the other requirements. And this is because we have such a small number of staff that are able to do the checks. So an approved school may have their initial on-site approval where there might be 2 site visits, one with students, one without, but there may not be another site visit for 5 years or more unless there's a reported problem. And that's not, our staff is doing what we can given the number of staff we have, but it just helped me kind of understand what are the differences in those levels and how do we approve these schools. And I want to make sure and say there is no judgment in any of what I'm saying. We have amazing schools at all levels of these different criteria, and so I just wanted to make sure that I understood better what we were approving. All right, I'll go back on script. The committee received an update on the Rule 11 teacher waiver request for Scotts Bluff Public Schools. NDE staff members provided an update on the waiver process for schools seeking educators in early childhood settings. NDE staff will return next meeting for the discussion and to seek approval for the district waiver. The committee also received updates on the approval of instructional hour affidavits, the 2023-2024 Nebraska Council on Teacher Education membership roster, and we have somebody here today, and the 2023 legislative session and potential implications for our committee's work. We will be returning next meeting for discussion and to seek approval. And our committee is going to have a Zoom retreat, again for you. Sorry. Inside joke. Adams Central Sherry has invited Adams Central to come and give us a presentation about their experience with NSCAS growth as a formative and a summative. And so we are going to have a special Zoom discussion of that later in the month. So that concludes my report. Thank you, everybody.
Are there any questions for the committee chair? Action item, approve Rule 11, teacher waiver request from Creek Valley Public Schools. Is there a motion on 6.3.a?
Yes, I move to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Creek Valley Public Schools.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Creek Valley Public Schools. Is there any discussion on this motion? Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Fricky? Yes. Morrison? Yes. Jones?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Kojans?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Penner? Tegmeyer?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Creek Valley Public Schools is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.b?
Yes, there is. I move to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Red Cloud Community Schools.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Red Cloud Community Schools. Is there any discussion on this motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary?
Yes.
Kojans?
Yes.
Penner? Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? Tegmeyer?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Red Cloud Community Schools is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.c?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the accreditation of school systems appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 10.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded, second by Patsy, to approve the accreditation of school systems appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 10. Is there any discussion? Elizabeth?
I have some questions for the staff. So maybe if Mickey or Brad could come forward. Thank you for coming down. So I see in the attachments that all 244 school districts in Nebraska, the public school districts, are on that list. And I'm curious how many visits were made out of those 244 districts?
Good morning, Mickey Scharf, Director of Accreditation. And for the 244 public school districts, we conducted 17 what we refer to as on-site compliance visits. Those are the visits where we sit down with the school administration and go through item by item the regulations on Rule 10. And in addition to that, We have continuous improvement 5-year visits as part of Section 9 of Rule 10 for both public and non-public Rule 10 schools. And there was, I want to say, 47 or 48 5-year visits this year.
And then another question I have, is there anything that would then trigger the 17 on-site visits?
For now, our criteria is to look at the length of time between the last compliance visit of the school system. We are working actively to get into a more routine rotation. And so 17 schools selected depending on the length of time from the last compliance visit. And then also in the last 5 years, we sometimes will hear from a new superintendent or we'll reach out to a new superintendent and say, it's been a while since the school has been visited. Would you be open to a compliance visit? And they usually are. And then the third scenario, of course, is if there's a pattern of non-compliance where we might have some concerns or need to do a deeper dive to see if there's any way we can collaborate and work with getting to compliance.
Okay, well that sort of answered my next question, which was a cycle of visitation, and I know you're working on that. So then I'm just seeing a connection, a loose connection, and I'm sure you explore it, and I'd love to hear more about how you as a department work with Dr. Vargas's group, because I'm sure that these visitations and following up on the continuous improvement plans can help forestall the becoming a CSI school. So could you just maybe go into some detail about what you do to help more schools not fall into the next category?
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of is our office with the continuous improvement visits, going through and making those recommendations to the schools to make sure that they're kind of steered in the right directions, or at least providing that guidance. But I think it's also way beyond just the scope of our office within the accreditation section. I think also like the Special Office of Special Education, federal programs, there's a multitude of offices across the department that all contribute to helping schools helping to ensure the quality of education within those schools.
And so I guess just one final follow-up question then. Are you feeling like there's more cooperation between the various departments at NDE? I know we're a little short-staffed, and so trying to do that and have that overlap, it might be difficult, but are we able to do that just to make sure that, like you said, all students are receiving a quality education?
Yeah, there is quite a bit of collaboration amongst different offices. We have different structures within the department where there's a lot of cross communication amongst administrators, but also at the level of where Mickey is a director. I know she reaches out and talks to Amy Roan over in special education. I know she talks to other areas as items come up. And then they also make sure that they provide us with information so we can all work collaboratively together. So there is a very collaborative nature to the department.
I sort of figured, but I just wanted to hear you say that. So thank you for both coming up here.
Any other questions?
Mrs. Tegmeyer, I might comment. When Dr. Vargas is considering a priority school, for instance, or needs improvement schools, I'm thinking of the kind of convening she does internally with the department and brings together and Dr. Vargas, if you want to, you can speak to the process even better than I can that you take, but brings together several offices. I can't count. I'm just seeing our convening, and has each of those offices give in details when their last visits were, what they saw, all the way. Again, I'm saying the same thing as Brad just said, but each one of those offices reporting if they have concerns, if they don't have concerns, what the achievement, what the benchmarks are in their particular areas. It's a real delving into and a disaggregating of the data that they've collected within their various offices. Dr. Vargas, you can waive if that's sufficient or if you want to add more. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Friesen.
Sure.
I had one question, just thinking about all the different departmental kinds of on-site visits that we have and that we do. Do you have like a master schedule so that you don't have a school that ends up with 3 or 4 visits all in the same year?
Recently, we have had some internal discussions about the number of visits and being aware of that, and then providing some communication opportunities with schools. So we are currently working on that so we don't overwhelm school systems with multiple visits. However, there are times where we're federally required or visits align, and there's situations. But yes, we are aware of it and are working towards that.
Thank you both. The motion is to approve the accreditation of school systems appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 10. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Penner, Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it in the motion to approve accreditation of school systems appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 10 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.d?
Yes. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the new approved schools and adding grades to approved schools appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 14.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the new approved schools and adding grades to approved schools appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 14. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Jones, Kojons,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner, Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it in the motion to approve the new approved schools and adding grades to approved schools appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 14 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.e?
Yes. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the new interim program school appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 18.
Is there a second? Thank you. It's moved and seconded to approve the new interim program school appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 18. Is there any discussion on the motion? Jacqueline?
Yes. So we've had quite a bit of conversation today about approved schools versus accredited schools. And I think, we can continue to have that conversation, but this is a separate system of schooling that we have. And so I think just to make sure that we're clear, could staff discuss what interim schools are compared to accredited and approved schools?
Do you want that discussion today?
Yes, if they could give an overview of how they're different. I personally have read it, but I think it's helpful for everyone to hear.
I apologize, Brad and Mickey, you just got set down and you're back, but thank you.
Mickey Scharf, Director of Accreditation.
So could you please explain how this type of program or school approval process is different? What makes this separate from other schools?
So much like the Rule 10 and Rule 14 checklist, we do have a Rule 18 checklist. And I think the first thing I would mention is Rule 18 interim programs serve a very specific student audience. These are residential group homes with an educational component. These are interim programs, maybe in a medical setting, and also programs that are serving incarcerated youth. So the checklist has those specific items. There are different requirements for content area. Quick example would be the 4 primary content areas are required for instruction, but you might not see requirements for elective type instruction. And then another thing that's unique about Rule 18 schools is they aren't able to award diplomas, and Rule 10 and Rule 14 schools are able to award Nebraska diplomas. So it's really important that we have this checklist and compliance regulations so that when that student transitions out of a Rule 18 setting and goes back to a 10 or 14 school, that those credits transfer in those content areas, and so that they can proceed on towards graduation.
So I know this particular site that we're approving, Radius, is in the district that I represent, and it's a new facility. Typically, when you see these facilities that are who have incarcerated youth, I think this one would say that they're a little bit different in that the students can leave. It's an open door facility when they want, but other facilities, let's say if it was a facility being operated by DHHS, would the schools inside of those facilities also be Rule 18? Or would that be different?
No, they would be Rule 18 programs.
And so those are, does NDE or DHHS, if you know, are we funding those schools?
I do not know the funding source.
Okay. And then if you had to consider the rigor from accredited schools to approved schools to interim schools, the amount of staffing, educational requirements and things like that, would you say that that Rule 18 has, I don't want to say less rigor, but less onerous requirements than the other two?
I think in the terms of numeric value, the numbers are smaller in regards to instructional units, sheer number of classes or volume of classes. So the numbers look different, and the education in those settings is tailored for the population being served. So sometimes you'll see synchronous, asynchronous learning, more so. You will see that the school day, instead of elective courses, will have more therapeutic components within the school day. So those would be the differences I would share off the top of my head.
Are the students tested at all? Or is there a requirement that they be tested? Do they have to take NSCAS?
Yes, that is a requirement, that a student takes assigned NSCAS and criterion norm reference tests while in a Rule 18 setting.
In my understanding, it's part of Rule 18 and is to be able to help students who are pulled from, let's just say, the traditional educational setting. When they go back to their schools, eventually they'd be able to take those, I'll use the word credits or academics that they've learned, would be able to transition into some type of credits in a school setting, or have an equivalent of a math or science that they'd be able to use to continue or to get credit for. Is that part of the process?
Yes, very much so, and there's a specific regulation in Rule 10 and in Rule 18, the reciprocality of a Rule 10 school accepting Rule 18 credits and a Rule 18 school pursuing student completion of additional credits.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Perhaps you'd just like to stay up here for a few more. Brad has one. The motion is to approve the new interim program school appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 18. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Penner? Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the new interim program school appearing on the accompanying list to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 18 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.f?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve the educator preparation programs in Nebraska colleges and universities under Rule 20.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the educator preparation programs in Nebraska colleges and universities under Rule 20. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Penner? Kojons?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the educator preparation programs in Nebraska colleges and universities under Rule 20 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.g?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve the amendment for Section 4 of Nebraska's Every Student Succeeds Act ESSA plan.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the amendment for Section 4 of Nebraska's Every Student Succeeds Act ESSA plan. Is there any discussion on this motion? Elizabeth?
Yes, I have some questions for our staff. I was wondering if Dr. Vargas and Lane and maybe Vicky would be available. I mean, let's bring the whole crew down.
Yeah.
Well, pre-lunch exercise here for you.
We need like graduation march music when you come down here.
Give a little wave.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming down. So as I looked at this agenda item, I did refer back to your presentation during our work session last month. And the filter is what I understand is changing a bit. And so the previous was the lowest quarter of stage 1 schools that are either not demonstrating growth or have high levels of non-proficiency, and we've changed the or to an and. And then the second little filter that I'm thinking of your graphic, I just pulled out this morning, chronic absenteeism, and then we're having chronic absenteeism and low achievement in science. So I expressed concern last month, about that, how that more schools will slip through and not be identified. And so I'm wondering, the plan that you presented to us, that is the plan that you're asking for approval on?
The short answer is yes. I want to know if there's a follow-up to the question, or if you'd like for us to talk further about something. But this is the plan that we are asking you to approve specifically. Yes.
And so I appreciate the limitations that we have, and I appreciate the efforts and working toward this new plan, but my concerns haven't changed. And so, with all respect to your expertise, I will not be in support of these changes. And I think I expressed that last month, and you know why. So it's nothing personal, but just wanted to confirm that those changes had stayed in, and we have the "and" words. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Jacqueline?
If I am remembering correctly, I asked a lot of questions of you guys about this topic. And I think what we got down to, or at least my understanding, was that the point of this is to give you a tool to be able to identify those schools with the highest level of need, and to be able to target the limited amount of resources that we have to those schools with the greatest amount of need. The exercise is not to just, at the end of the day, end up with a list of schools that really have need, but to be able to really get it down to as narrow of a list as possible, so then we can then deploy the resources that we have. And if we have a lot of schools, the resources just don't go as far. And so I think that's how you explained it to me, of why we were adding, or at least looking at more specific criteria, is to be able to tailor this truly to those finite amount of schools that we could help. Am I remembering or summarizing that correctly? And if I'm not, tell me.
You're the fourth member of this team right now. Free labor. No, in all seriousness, yes, you are explaining correctly. And to underscore a piece there, and to kind of address kind of what you described, Elizabeth, today and in the previous month, we have to run accountability this fall, right? We also know that because of the flexibilities and that were awarded to us, and the interruptions to data, we will potentially, right? We don't know until we have the actual data in our hands later, this year. But there could be a potential of having an oversaturation of schools that gets us to then, now we have so many schools to support, and we don't have the resources to actually do anything about it. So then we're on the other end. So we're attempting to get to the just right moment, and also know that there is a future where we will be doing a full-scale ESSA plan amendment, and this doesn't have to be the future of our federal accountability system, but we do need something operational for this fall. So, which is why we heard your concerns and definitely labored through that, but really wanted to make sure that we presented the best thing that we could for our stakeholders, but also for our state and our capacity. So thank you.
Dr. Vargas, when is the next long-term, I'll call it, amendment or revision?
It's a great question for our Administrator of Policy and Strategic Initiatives.
So as wild as it is to say, almost as soon as we get this, we need to start talking about the long-term future. And as part of this consultation process, I've been engaging with the governor's office, and there's a real interest in the long-term conversation here. What does accountability and look like in general, and then how do we leverage this federal accountability lever that we have into the long term. So I think almost immediately, and remember, this is just one of 6 sections of our ESSA plan. So there's a conversation we need to have about long-term goals and where we want to be. That's section 1. Section 5, which is all about educators. Where do we want to be with that? What's our vision for supporting, recruiting, retaining educators and leveraging our Title II funds there? So almost immediately after this, we might take a minute and then we'll get back to it. And that will involve a ton of stakeholder feedback, just like this has as well.
Please take more than a minute. Thank you. I think that's an important perspective for all of us to have and to understand, is that this is short term and that we're already looking ahead to what can be different, what can be more effective. Yeah, Lisa.
Thank you for the reminder through your question and your answer. I guess when I first heard this, I thought about triaging, where you look at what you have, you look at the data, and you're focusing in on the most needy to address first, and then your question follow up for the long term. Am I understanding that correctly? Only we wouldn't do the third leg, it's the triage, because we're not going to give up on anybody. Right. So if that helps.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. The motion is to approve the amendment for Section 4 of Nebraska's Every Student Succeeds Act ESSA plan. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
No.
Penner, Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no, 1 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the amendment for Section 4 of Nebraska's Every Student Succeeds Act ESSA plan is adopted. We are at about 12 o'clock, a little after. I'm not really wanting to start rules and regulations if we can't finish it, and I know there's a lot on that. So we'll take a lunch break. We'll start public comment at 1 o'clock this time, rather than 1:15. So please be back. We'll have public comment, and then we will finish the rest of our business meeting after that. We're in recess. right, we are back from our lunch recess. We will now have our public comment period. This period may be made available to any person who wishes to address the State Board on any subject within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda, except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow or terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note that public comment should be on topics related to the work of the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside of the meeting room. Persons speaking to the board during public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. Each person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take action to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted. If at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or on the agenda, or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to determine what is out of order. The president may refuse permission to continue to address the board. We have 2 public comment cards submitted.
All right. We have 2, Lisa Schoenoff and Linda Vermuten. So Lisa.
And all the time that you dedicate to this very important position in making a difference for children across Nebraska. I have been a teacher for more than 20 years. My goal after I graduated college was just to travel the world and teach. I accidentally met my husband 8 months before I left. And so he came to visit me when I lived in Taiwan, and he said, Lisa, how do you feel about moving to Kansas City? And so I did inner city teaching in Kansas City. I taught ESL. I was an instructional coach in schools, multiple schools that had approximately 97% free and reduced lunch and 90% ESL. One of the most impactful strategies in improving literacy was actually having well-trained instructional coaches that went into classrooms and trained teachers. And so with that being said, I love a lot of the things that I heard about coaching and training teachers and CTE. I think those are all excellent for priority schools. Something that I've been reading a lot about, I'm an avid reader. I love reading. I love to teach reading. I'm writing articles on literacy right now not as we speak, but on my computer at home before I go to bed at night. I've been reading all about the science of reading, and while I wholeheartedly agree that explicit, systematic phonics instruction is extremely, extremely important, I would love to question the authenticity of research done in the 90s when related to kids today. Because in the 90s, there was no internet. And I've done a lot of research. I don't know if any of you have heard the book, Glow Kids. It was written in 2017 by Dr. Nicholas Carderas. He is a doctor in clinical addiction. The research is showing that our kids today are addicted to screens, and these screens are rewiring their brains and changing the research. There's multiple things that are happening in classrooms now that did not happen in the 90s. For one, our classrooms are more diverse than ever before, and we have teachers that are not prepared to teach the demographics that they have in their classrooms.
The amount of time that kids are on screens in school and out of school is detrimental to the way that they learn. I think that in time, this is a prediction of mine, is that we're gonna say the reason why we're seeing more dyslexic students is because of the amount of time they spend on screens. So what I would like to do, or something to push all of our thinking, is to really think about how we're training teachers and the best practices that we can do to have highly qualified teachers in every classroom. And that doesn't mean spending millions of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money on expensive curriculum materials. It's training teachers. It's having administrators walking through classrooms. It's having people that truly understand literacy, doing learning walks, and being in the schools. And so just something that I want to think about is this article that was written in 1999. It was put out by, I wrote it down, see I have chicken scratch here. I'll just read it to you and it'll come to me. This quote says, "There is no single method or single combination of methods that can successfully teach all children to read. Therefore, teachers must have a strong knowledge of multiple methods of teaching reading and a strong knowledge of the children in their care so that they can create the appropriate balance of methods needed for the children they teach." So teachers in the classroom are the most important part of raising literacy instruction. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you. I lost the name. Is it Lori or Lisa? I lost my sheet. You're next. I lost the sheet.
Linda Vermuten.
Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome. If you are told you are bad because of the package you wrapped in, how does that make you feel? It doesn't make you feel good. So some of the comments I want to address today is related to CRT that we put out there. And if we just listen to the title, what's the very first word? Critical. It's about criticism. It's not about positivity. It's not about valuing who I am and then looking at how I fit my piece into the puzzle. It's looking at what is wrong with me, package I was wrapped in. I was raised as a minority within a minority in a predominantly black country. So that has a lot to do with my worldview, trilingual, so I understand diversity. Visited 4 continents and speak 3 languages fluently, and a smidgen of others, about 20 others I can have a very brief conversation like, how are you and thank you. So it helps you understand people from a different perspective. So I want to challenge us about our thought process as to why we want to have this critical component in our schools in the state. Critical race. So I'm going to criticize why I'm different than you. The reality is none of us are the same. You put 2 of us together, you could say, well, we're similar, but we're not same. Because everyone is unique. Is it not better to look at our uniqueness and appreciate our uniqueness and say, now, from a piece of uniqueness, how do we all come together? How do we work together? We have a unique board, and you've all come together from different backgrounds, from different experiences, working together. Sometimes it's a little bit of jostling, but that's part of fitting together. And isn't that what we want to model for our students in our state? How do we get people to think? We allow them an opportunity to go outside of the boundaries. You know, as an educator, I understand you cannot educate in one methodology. Most learners are not auditory learners. I'm not an auditory learner. I'm an experiential doer kind of learner. Most of education is set up for auditory learners. So how do we get the other people engaged in the learning process? How do we engage the best teachers to do just that if we're listening to some of the policies proposed that are saying we have a structure, you have to fit in the structure, you have to answer all these questions this way, otherwise we might put you in this category because you didn't meet all of our criterion. Where do we allow the individually and the creativity of our teachers to come forth so they can do what they trained to do? I marvel at the one-house school teacher. I was talking to a product of such a school, a friend of mine who lives in La Vista, who went to a public one-room schoolhouse in that neighborhood. In that classroom, when they went on to high school, the valedictorian and the salutatorian came from that one-room schoolhouse, where she had 8 grades to teach in one room. You had to be very creative. You had to go outside the box and say, how do I help this person learn? Oh, what's unique about you? How do you learn? How do I pull out of you that inquisitiveness? So where is it in our policy-making process that we allow the individuality and the gifting of the teachers to come forth without constricting them so much that they're not allowed to think outside the box? I listened to the latest thing, and I want to just say this. There are lies, there are blank lies, and then there are statistics. And the thing with statistics is you can make it say anything. And when you look at research, any research past 2000 is ancient. Anything past 2010 is old. And that's the problem with research. So when we say we look at the research, when was that research done? Is it relevant to today in the technology that we have and all the ways that we can enhance the learning of our students? So I would encourage us to get rid of the critical race theory and inclusion, but look at how we can validate every individual student and every individual teacher. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda.
That concludes our public comment period. So we will return back to our business meeting. We are at agenda item 6.4, Rules and Regulations Committee. Chair Elizabeth Tepmeyer will provide a report from the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting.
So the Rules and Regulations Committee, we met yesterday, June 1st. I actually don't have a list, but all committee members were present. It just doesn't say that in my minutes. So that was Kirk Penner, Patsy Kojans, and Jacqueline Morrison, as well as myself. The report on rules is attached in Spark for board member review. So for non-committee members, if you'd like to see that report on rules, please refer to that. NDE staff provided a summary of the Rule 20 revisions, and we received a summary of the hearing held that was a public hearing. The committee recommends approval of the Rule 20 revisions. NDE staff provided a summary of the Rule 21 revisions and also a summary of the hearing that was held this past Tuesday. The committee recommends approval of the Rule 21 revisions. I'm going to sound like a broken record because we've done a lot of work on rules. NDE staff provided a summary of the Rule 24 revisions, and they also gave us a summary of the hearing on this past Tuesday that was held, the public hearing. The committee recommends approval of the Rule 24 revisions. The committee also reviewed the content, test, and passing score requirements for endorsements that were set forth in Rule 24. We recommend approval of this document. NDE staff provided a summary of Title 93. These are new personnel rule revisions. And there was a hearing also held on Tuesday about this. We recommend approval of the Title 93 revisions as a committee. And then NDE staff presented on the 2023 legislative session and the political implications for our committee. Committee members discussed priority for the next year, and we as a committee reiterated the teacher shortage as a priority for our committee work. Committee members discussed having a meeting prior to the August meeting to receive information on the potential revisions to Rule 59. This concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
Are there questions for the committee chair? Right. We are at action item 6.4.b. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve proposed revisions to Rule 2092 NAC 20, regulations for the approval of teacher education programs.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve proposed revisions to Rule 20. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Just want to talk a little bit about some of the changes that were brought to this rule for the teacher education programs. It's actually going to change, and we're calling them educator preparation programs because it does encompass more than just the classroom teacher. So we have a lot of programs that are for specialists and different content areas. So that's one thing that changed. But I think an important addition for me that I want the rest of the board members to know is that one requirement for teacher education programs will be that they do include the science of reading, because it's much more efficient to teach our teachers how to give proper reading instruction before they enter the classroom than to try and reteach all the teachers in the state, which I know it takes a lot of professional development time, and so we do want to, in addition to addressing the teacher shortage, one of our priorities as a board is literacy. And so I felt that adding that in, and I know the other committee members too felt like adding that in was going to be very beneficial to the students of our state, that their incoming teachers will have the training and skills they need for reading instruction.
Any other discussion? Okay, would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner?
Yes.
Neary? Morrison?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The motion to approve revisions to Rule 20 is approved. Is there a motion on item 6.4.c?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve proposed revisions to Rule 2192 NAC 21, regulations for the issuance of certificates and permits to teach, provide special services, and administer in Nebraska schools.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve proposed revisions to Rule 21. Is there any discussion on this motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Goebbels?
Yes.
Penner? Kojons?
Yes.
Neary? Fricky?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve proposed revisions to Rule 21 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.4.d?
I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to approve proposed revisions to Rule 24, regulations for certification endorsements.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve proposed revisions to Rule 24. Is there any discussion on this motion? Lisa?
In reading rationale, it says if revised Rule 24 is approved by the board at this June board meeting and signed by the governor prior to the board's scheduled August meeting, there would be a period of time where the board would not have passing scores for certification endorsements. So to prevent this potential issue, the board may adopt certification endorsement passing scores after potential approval of Rule 24 revisions. So I guess my question is, are we talking about 2 votes that need to be taken today to address what I just referenced?
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm ready. I think.
Is there any other discussion? Lisa?
One more. I've had in the past, 8 months or so, people worried about, they were fine with the Praxis 1 going away. There were no questions, but they were concerned about the content area. And I know that there's a proposal where, if I have this correct, that there's a certificate, I can't remember that if it's provisional or some kind for 2 years, where the district decides if they just miss passing the content, they can teach with the supervision, and after 2 years, they'll be able to have that expertise in their content area. So I don't know, is that going to be part of this vote or the second vote?
Lisa, that was part of Rule 21.
Okay, well, there you go.
Any other discussion? No way. The motion is to approve proposed revisions to Rule 24. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve proposed revisions to Rule 24 is adopted. And now, Lisa, the one that you are waiting for. Is there a motion on item 6.4.E?
I move to adopt the content tests and passing score requirements for endorsements set forth in Rule 24.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt the content test and passing score requirements for endorsements set forth in Rule 24. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison, Neary,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt the content test and passing score requirements for endorsements set forth in Rule 24 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.4.F?
Madam President, I move to adopt proposed revisions to Title 93, Nebraska Administrative Code, Chapters 1 through 16, Nebraska Department of Education Personnel Rules.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt proposed revisions to Title 93, Nebraska Administrative Code, Chapters 1 through 16. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky, Tegmeyer, Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt proposed revisions to Title 93, Nebraska Administrative Code, Chapters 1 through 16 is adopted. We are now to additional business. There was an item added, State Board of Education Consultant Selection Process and History. Patsy and Deborah.
Okay, Patsy, I appreciate your putting your name to this, but this is really me that made this request. And I mean, so that you aren't held accountable for anything I say, okay? You can take credit if you like any of it, but, you know, one of the things I keep saying and hearing everyone say is just how, you know, in the last 2 years, and especially since January with new board members, there's just more of a willingness for transparency, to ask questions about processes, to challenge each other. And I love that because I want to be challenged about how I think about things. And, you know, Sherry gave each of us a book last month, and you know, as I read it, it made me think about why I have certain ideas. And I just think that these kind of conversations are really important. And I thank all of you because I'm learning from everybody here. And one of the things that, you know, I've heard discussed that sort of made me think differently about some things is just a look at our processes. And I know we all have said we want to make sure we move forward, not backward, but I also feel like sometimes you have to make sure that we are moving forward in a positive way and reflecting on where we've been so that we can make improvements. And, you know, I think I voiced last month, there was discussion about too much transparency or toxic transparency, and I feel like we have not had enough transparency, and that we need the pendulum to swing a little bit more in that direction before I am going to worry about too much. But having said that, I made a request about 2.5 weeks ago for some items that I wanted to review for this to be on the agenda. I received the items I requested yesterday morning, and you know, as you know, I've been in meetings all day yesterday and had a meeting last night, so I haven't reviewed everything that I requested. But what I did review just really quickly were some financials. I wanted to know about how we select consultants that are specifically to consult and support the State Board of Education. And so I learned that we've had 2 consultants, and you know, some of you were involved firsthand because you were on the board, or some were in the audience watching this, I know, because you were running for the office. But I think of all the time and energy that we put into hiring consultants for the search process and all the steps that we took for that. And that was a charge of $35,000 to taxpayers to pay for that. And I was very proud of how we spent that money. I personally thought they did an amazing job in bringing us some outstanding candidates, one of which is here today. We appreciate your interest. And so I was pleased with the fairness in which we put out RFPs and made selections. So the other consultant that's been utilized in the past 5 years, I'm not going to name, and I'm not in any way passing a judgment about whether it was money well spent or not. That isn't my point. It's about process. But it appears, and please, for those of you who are in the know, which would probably be Brian and Ryan, and please correct me if I have stated something wrong. And this was before Deb was commissioner, so I don't expect you to, unless you want to, because you were certainly, but this was not, you weren't the commissioner. But it appears to me that we started a contract with a consulting company at a time where we felt we needed some extra support. And the person who was our board president at the time is not on the board, I don't know what processes were used for making that selection. I know it wasn't a board decision, and I was not involved in any way. I know that at least one other consulting firm associated with a large university here did request to be considered and wasn't given an opportunity for an RFP. I don't know how that decision was made, but that first contract was around $30,000. Since then, if I am correct, 2 more contracts with that consulting firm were made last year in 2022. It looks like in April and again in November. Now, to my knowledge, based on conversations with the board member we had in 2022, that person was not involved in any discussions regarding the extensions of this contract, which went from $30,000 to $80,000, if I'm understanding that correctly. So I'm just saying, I have had many other pain points with this process that I'm not going to go into today because I'm still looking at the materials that I was given. But I just wanted it out there that my personal opinion is that if we are contracting with consultants to work with us, that we are going to have a chance for more board input into the processes that we utilize. And so I just wanted to put that, since this was of interest to me, put that out there about just some intentionality. I'm hoping that others, if you share my thoughts, that you might bring forward at appropriate times, or if you don't share my thoughts, that's okay too. But just something that caused me concern. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you, unless someone has questions for me.
I have one question.
Okay.
In the documents that you were provided, and I can't remember, so did each of those authorizations or any of the authorizations for expenditures come before the board for a vote? Did we as a board vote on the contracts? Do you know? Or does anyone know?
I'd like to ask Ryan if those came before the board, because I can't tell you that I don't recall, but I mean, for the extensions or the original contract, I don't recall. Ryan, do you know if those came before the board for a vote? Or Deb? Or Brian? Anybody?
Brian Halstead. You mentioned the McPherson-Jacobson one, so we're talking about the other vendor. I believe there were 2 separate contracts with that same vendor in the time period you asked for. So there were 2 separate contracts. There was not one contract. Both of those contracts were below $50,000. And each of those contracts were amended while each of the contracts were still in force and effect. And I don't remember what the amendments were to each one. One did start out with the then board president being involved. The other one, however, was not about the State Board of Education. It was about a contract that dealt with providing services to staff of the agency. That second one was amended, I believe, in November of last year so that it would include providing some services to the orientation of new board members who were elected at the November meeting that then occurred in January. So that was amended, which added more funds to it, but it still did not take it over the $50,000 threshold. So I suspect, I didn't look at the detail, if you take the one contract when it was finished, the total amount, and the second contract, when you total it up, that might get you to the $80,000, but they were two separate contracts, two separate concepts. So that's the only, quote, information. I don't have those in front of me now, but so they would have followed the standard processes established for the agency. Anything, I got to remember the state statute, if the value of any contract is going to be $70,000 or more, you are required to do a request for proposals and bids on that. I'm looking to Member Morrison, because she may remember that statute too. The dollar value hasn't changed since the late 1970s, so that's in play. Board policy, now you're going to challenge me on which board operating policy it is, sets the threshold that any contract for greater $50,000 or greater needs board approval, and any contracts that are below that, there is a monthly report provided by the commissioner to the board of those contracts, and then there's a quarterly report on any contracts below $10,000. So the two contracts with the same vendors, I believe if you go back and Spark, you'll find the monthly report that shows that contract for its dollar amount, and the second time you'll see a separate report for the second contract and its dollar amount that was reported to the board. So the process was followed, but I get the point you're trying to make about what is the board's process in that. So that's the only additional information.
Thank you. And for clarification, wasn't necessarily suggesting any wrongdoing other than requesting we think about some more intentionality to the process that we have anytime money is spent on us and the work we're doing.
Thank you for your answer and for your concern. When I think back to that first contract when the previous president was involved, there was a lot of learning curve for us and to set some parameters about what would make a good meeting. And so I could see logic in wanting the new members trained in the way that we were trained. And so I appreciated the first training, and the logic in my mind is saying that whoever decided the second to amend that to include new members, I thought that was a good idea.
So I was the one who asked the question of whether or not that contract would have come before the board, because I'm trying to think about places of checks and balances. And so if something under $50,000 would not have met the threshold to come to us, I think that that's an opportunity, if that's a concern that the board has, or if we want to address, we could change a policy that says something to the extent of, anything over under $50,000 can come to us as a report unless it's an expenditure that's greater than, let's say, $5,000 that's expended specifically on the board. And then that would create or carve out an exception that we would have to approve anything coming to us. The other thing I think is interesting, or what I'm thinking about, I cannot remember, but we do get a kind of a board expenditure report that we approve every month. And I do remember one month I saw my expense go up, and I said, how did I get charged, not charged, but accredited dollars? And I wasn't even at the board meeting that month. And my understanding was that if, catering happens and food is purchased for everyone, it's just divided by 8, and then it goes on our line. I don't think this was necessarily put on each person's line, but I think that might be ripe for a conversation, that if $40,000 was spent on a training, that was technically $5,000 that was spent on each board member as part of expenses of the board. And I think if we had seen it that way, that again would have been another opportunity for a discussion or sparking a conversation about whether we were comfortable with saying that amount of money was spent on us as an individual, when I know I try to be cognizant of how much the board is spending on me. And so I think, you know, just food for thought, things to consider, and if this is a pain point or a place where we want to make improvements, those are some considerations I think that could be helpful in the future.
So this is a question for Deb Neary. So every month I read through the contracts, 10,000 to 50,000, and 4 different staff members can tell you that I either sent them emails or approached them about, hey, what is this? Help me understand why. So I'm just wanting clarification on your concern. Is it concern that maybe we need to re-examine our $10,000 to $50,000 policy, or that you want more board input on money that would be spent on the board?
Yeah, I personally, thank you for the question, for clarification. I'm not looking to change the way we process and review any contracts. My only concern is when we spend what to me looks like $80,000 for one consultant on state board, well, that's a reflection on me. Like, I just remember when the first contract was made and I asked the question at the board meeting, how much is this costing us? And I was told it was $30,000. I remember, you know, looking at some of the Facebook pages right after that meeting, and a lot of complaints, like, why did they spend $30,000? And then I had no idea that we even extended it well beyond that. And so I'm just saying, if it has to do with supporting the State Board of Education, I would hope that, I mean, it's not just how much we spent, the consultants were, that we amended contracts without even our board president knowing, and I, as a board member, didn't know, but also that there were other people that wanted to provide those services and weren't given the opportunity to submit an RFP. So I'm just saying intentionality, and I don't know that we need to have a policy, but maybe respectful understanding, if others agree, and maybe others don't.
I guess I'd just like a little clarification, because my understanding is the total amount of all the contracts was $80,000. Am I understanding that correctly?
For one contractor.
Yeah, I understand it was for one contractor, but I heard Brian say that one of those, of the 2, was for staff. That was not spent on us. That was for staff consultation, correct? Or was that a...
So my recollection of the 2 contracts I found for the same vendor, the first contract did start out and was all about providing training and whatever with the State Board of Education. And that one eventually expired, and I don't remember if there was an amendment because something was added on that wasn't included in the original. The second contract was one done to provide leadership training to staff of the agency. While that contract was still in place and work being done, it was amended because the vendor said they'd be willing to do some orientation training for the state board and the newly elected members. That was not included in the contract for providing leadership to staff, so it had to be amended. There was a dollar amount added to it. I'm sure Mrs. Neary has it to see what the actual dollar amount, but it had language that indicated yeah, we can do this for board members, and that's the second one. They were not, I don't believe.
So I asked that I be sent what was spent on consultants for SBO work, not for staff training. So are you saying that the reports, a part of that 80,000 included some staff training?
I did not look at the specifics for the second contract and the payment information. That was just, here's the payment information for this contract. There was no deep dive done on the details, so a large portion of that may have been for staff. I believe so I didn't break that out, nor did I direct finance dig into the details of this second. It was quickly trying to assemble the information as Dr. Friesen had directed it be done before the board meeting, and that's what we've done so far.
So what I just gave you was what I was handed yesterday morning, and I've just done a quick review. To me, those look like 2 amendments, not new contracts. And I guess if we did it the way you're saying, then what you're saying is we took a contract intended for training for the staff and turned it into, and just extended it for training for the board without it being a new amendment or contract.
No, the second contract was amended to add additional language that specifically provided that the state board's newly elected board member will be facilitated through a new board orientation, and what the details of that was. That was not part of the contract to provide the ND leadership team with training and whatever. So it went up by, if I do my math, there was $5,000, it looks like $5,000 increase in the total value of the contract for the additional work of the newly elected board members will be facilitated through a new board orientation workshop. So yes, there was work added on to the staff contract that now incorporated doing work with the board. You asked for any contracts dealing with consultants with the state board, and I guess in my mind, this contract was amended, so I provided you with that so you could see that information. So that there's a separate sheet that shows what's been paid on each one of those. The dollar amounts on these are this is what it's estimated to cost. Whether this actually costs the full value on the front of the contract or less, I don't know.
Madam President, I just have a clarifying question. My question is, from what I heard, or I thought I heard, if it's $50,000 or less, there's not a requested RFP, is that correct? Okay, that was my clarifying question.
Yeah, I'm wondering, as we're discussing this, is there, Patty, you're the person I think that's worked a lot with policy, and not to put you on the spot at all, I just want to know, is there in our policies a description of how we handle hiring consultants and taking bids for that and all of that? Yeah.
Not that specific.
Okay. Should there be?
Yeah, I was just gonna, so I think we're hearing a combination of a few issues here. And again, I think if the concern is about the processes, then we could always create our own threshold to say if a contract for the board is going to be over $10,000 or $15,000, then we will issue an RFP, and that will be we can make that decision. I think that's a consideration if the concern is that we don't think that this was competitively bid, or that other people didn't have the opportunity. And so I think that's a conversation we should and could have in a committee meeting about whether or not we want that for us. It sounds like another conversation is about what type of input the board wants in decisions regarding procuring services for us. I think if the staff had come to us and said, this is the search firm that you are going to use to find your next commissioner, and it's under $30,000 and we're authorizing it and approving it, we all probably would have had a problem with that. And so I don't think that this is any different. And so I do think Deborah, I think the context is the same. And I think, again, we as a board, we have the ability to change this. It's just a matter of if we want to change the competitively bid part, if we want to change the threshold part, if we want to change where we approve it. And I think that happens in committees, and whichever committee wants to take up this work or look at it, I think that that is ripe for a conversation. But I think all of the points are valid. It's just a matter of, yep, there's a problem, but how do we want to solve it? Or what problem do people care about the most? Or is there a consensus that there is a problem?
Lisa?
And just to echo some of what Jacqueline stated, if the executive committee is going to be looking at bylaws and policies in July, and so if this is a consensus of the board to look at this, and when it's directly where it's money spent on us, if there needs to be a policy, that would be the appropriate time. So I think this has been a good discussion to figure out what happened and the amounts, and there seems to be a little bit of concern that maybe perhaps there needs to be a policy. So there is a chance when we're working on policies to make a change if it's what the board wants in reference to what's spent on us. So.
Yeah. Deborah, I'm just wondering if you're willing, as we kind of maybe wrap this up, if you're willing to disclose the name of the agency or the individual that wanted the contract, or but was not allowed the opportunity.
I will give you the contracts and you can have it. I
think you understood what she asked. Sure, do you want to ask her?
She wants to know the name of the, no.
That had wanted to bid the contract but wasn't able to.
I don't want to say that publicly, but I'd be happy to share that with you because I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable.
Okay,
but I'd be happy to tell you who that was.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts? Thank you.
May I just, you asked for final thoughts, so I should have chimed in. Deborah, and I know we're all probably getting ready to go home, but just so that I'm clear, we discussed decision-making steps, we discussed process, history, decision-making step, related conflicts of interest, but you didn't touch on your concerns, if you had any, about gift policies. And so I didn't know if you wanted to talk about that now or at another time. I just, as I was looking back at what we were supposed to be discussing, we didn't talk about that. And again, if there's no need to, that's fine. I just realized we didn't touch on it.
So the materials that I requested in order to have that conversation, I didn't receive till yesterday morning, so I haven't had a chance to review those. So I don't know if that requires further discussion or not, so I'll let you all know. If you see it on the agenda next month, you'll know. Okay. Thank you for asking, though.
Thanks. Thanks, Patty.
We are, go ahead.
No, you got over there.
Oh, sorry, Patsy. Thank you for directing traffic.
I certainly think that at the executive retreat that it would be worth your time and effort to go through this. And my reasoning is not that, that I think anybody did anything wrong or anything like that, but if we're spending $30,000 on a consultant, then it should be transparent that we're doing that and that we're following a policy for that. And when I asked if there was a policy on the books, and they said, my answer was no, there's not. So if the executive committee would take that up in some fashion, then I think that would speak to our transparency as a board to our constituents.
May I make one final quick? I just want to say again, this was not about the consulting firm that we hired. I learned a lot. I think there was a lot of very positive things that came from the work that we did. So it isn't about that, or that I think there was any wrongdoing by anybody on the staff. It was just a process. I was asking that we consider something different in the future. So thank you.
Gone. I don't want to miss anybody again. All right, we are now at agenda item 8.2, written public comment. Submitted written public comments, if there were any, are attached so that you could review those. Items 9.1, 9.2, those are for information only for the board. Agenda item 10, good of the order. Do any of you have any things that you would like to share with the board in terms of upcoming events or information? Ryan? Right, Administrator Days was mentioned earlier today.
He's excited.
Okay, Ryan is excited about Administrator Days. July 26th, am I remembering correctly, is NDE Day. So please put that on your calendar. Typically, we have presentation that we do, and typically the commissioner gives a keynote. So it's an opportunity for all of us to be present and among administrators from across the state. So yeah, please look forward to that. Anything else?
We have something else in July too, don't we?
Yes.
What is that?
NSCAU is coming up in July, and there are 4 board members who have volunteered to do 2 panels during that day. So that is coming up. Certainly a couple of things that I would like to mention. NASB has a board leader and law day that will be held in Kearney. It's structured for local boards and superintendents, but if you are interested in school law or learning more about open meetings law, public comment, they spend time talking about those. I noticed on their agenda they do have one on civility as boards. So lots of different opportunities to learn. It's a one-day. If you like golf, you can go the day before, and they do have a golf tournament that people can play in for a small amount. But that's coming up. I'd also like to mention, I believe Ryan sent emails to our newest board members about New Member Institute that NASBE puts on. Those are virtual meetings. The first one is going to be June 28th from 12 to 3. The second one is July 26th, 12 to 3, and August 30th from 12 to 3. There is no fee for attending those New Member Institutes. And really any of us as board members, if we want to attend those, we are free to do that. There is one session on parliamentary procedure. There's information about federal education advocacy, communication strategies with constituents, what's the role of being a state board member, So it really is a great professional learning opportunity if you're interested in those. Patsy?
And those of us who have gone to those can testify to the fact that as a new board member, it answered a lot of my questions and made me feel more comfortable in my position. Lisa and I went together, and it was well worth our time and effort. So encourage those of you who are new members to go and make new friends, and learn a lot at the same time.
One last.
Lisa?
NASB was mentioned, and I hope the date hasn't gone by, but they were asking for ideas for sectionals at the national conference, and I know it could be open to staff, and we've had our staff present some pretty awesome things from Nebraska. So if you have any ideas, to share it with the president and get Nebraska on the map again with your ideas. So
I believe the deadline for submission of proposals for session presentations is June 23rd.
So we've got time.
Yeah, there is time yet, and I know that at this point we have 2 proposals that will be submitted. Thank you. So, but that's, you know, as many as we can have is great. They're not all selected, but it really is, it's a great opportunity to be able to share the good things that are happening in Nebraska with NDE and with us as a state board.
May I ask for some repetition, because I have to have repetition. It's how I learn. So Administrator's Day is what day?
July 26th.
26th. And NSCA is?
17th of July.
July 17th.
Okay, I've got that one right. All right.
Man,
Okay.
you are testing me today.
All right.
On dates.
It's the 17th.
Yeah, I have it.
All right. Thank you to those who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for August 3rd and 4th, 2023 in Lincoln, Nebraska. The June 2nd, 2023 State Board meeting is adjourned.